Okay, so now recording is on. So thank you so much for joining. How we are proceeding from this particular part is just a second. Okay, so everyone is joined, I think. Okay, so let's look at the post I shared on LinkedIn. So this is the post that I'm going to start the hands-on workshop for Python. Okay, so this is our topic for day one. Okay, so today is Monday. We are working on these topics. Obviously, we are not going to cover everything in depth, but it will be okay, or it will be okay for all of you to understand. And it can be a starting point to Python also. Okay, so um, okay, so this is the topic we are going to cover. So today is day one, and I already created a folder here that is Python workshop for machine learning. Okay, as you all know, we are starting the machine learning cohort, and this is the roadmap, not this one, sorry, um, this one. Okay, so this is a 12-week long cohort. All the sessions will be live, and because of this, we are starting with Python. So if you want to learn Python for free, everything is available on my GitHub profile. So you can easily check that out, and you will get all the information related to it on different repos I created. Code is available here. Videos are available here on the YouTube channel. Okay, so if you want to learn Python in depth, so there are playlists available for Python. Okay, so you can go through these playlists, and upcoming videos will be soon be uploaded along with machine learning. So if you want to learn machine learning without joining the live cohort and want to learn everything for free, so related topics will be covered and uploaded on YouTube, as well as you can join the Discord server. Every link I will share in the WhatsApp group and other platforms. So you can join that. So this is the Discord group and Discord channel, and we are going to cover this, and we will discuss everything along the way with while learning machine learning. Okay, so we'll learn it like a professional. So everything will be shared on this ML text channel. Okay, so you will get all the information and you can discuss with your colleagues and everyone. Okay, now, so let's start with our today's session. And today's session is all about Python. Obviously, all three sessions are all about Python. So it's kind of a crash course also for people who are starting their journey in machine learning. Okay, so even if you are working, if you want to learn on your own, that will be perfectly fine. You can interact with us on Discord or WhatsApp or different groups or LinkedIn, and you can learn in parallel. Most of these resources will be shared with you. Okay. Now, um, okay. So let's start with what tool we are using right now. So let's start with that tool. Okay, the tool is Anaconda Navigator. Okay, so we are going to use this tool. This tool is nothing but a collection of multiple tools. So it is just giving us a platform to uh, use multiple tools in a particular environment. Okay, so what this environment is all about? Environment is kind of a folder, if you can relate to it. It's kind of a folder, and everything will be stored in that particular folder. Okay, so for that particular folder, you can use different resources, different tools, different softwares, algorithms, whatever you want to store in that folder. So if you go towards the environment section, you will see a base folder here. This is a environment. Okay, so we call this an environment because in this environment, multiple libraries and frameworks and packages and modules are installed. Okay, inside that there are multiple tools. So I'm using Jupyter Notebook. So Jupyter Notebook is an editor just like Notepad and Sublime and VS Code, just like that. Jupyter Notebook is a editor, so you can edit your code and execute everything. and create nodes on it. Okay, so why we are using Jupyter Notebook first? Because everything will be on the same page. We can create nodes, we can insert images, we can write code, we can get the output in front of us. We don't have to write or execute Python code again and again. So everything will be on the same page. So when you open this, you can install this directly. I will share the link for it. Okay, every resource I'm using I will share the link after the session, so you can just download that and install on your system and work on it. Okay, so Jupyter Notebook. When you click on this launch button.
So Himanshu, just one question.
Yes.
So is it okay to work on Google Collaboratory, or is it advisable to go with Jupyter Notebook?
Well, it depends. Both are like kind of similar. If you using a free tool, or if you do not have a server, or you need GPUs and you do not have the GPU on your system, so you can go for Collab. Otherwise, for local system, because we are working on Python, we do not need too much computing power. So we can okay with this. We can work on this. Okay. So if there is requirement of using computing power, so you can go for Google Colab. Okay, so you can use anything. Now, okay, so I created a folder here. I will create 3 folders for different days. So this is day 1. This is a simple interface. This is just a folder on your systems. Folder on your local system. Okay, so you can check this out, that we are in the documents, there's a certain folder, inside that certain folder, and inside that we are working on day 1. So this is my first file. So let me create. If you need any resource, I will store that resource in this folder, but because we are starting out, we generally don't need much resources. Okay, now this is my first session, and we already know that we are going to work on some topics. So these are the day 1's topic. Okay, this is my day 1. Now, what this interface is all about, it will create a file. The extension is ipynb. Okay, the extension is ipynb. What this means? This means that it's a Python notebook. Okay, it's a Python notebook. Now, what this Python notebook is all about, it will work on browser like this. It will execute on browser. You can see the localhost, and there's a port number, and there's a path to that particular file. Okay, so this particular file, this extension file, extensions are those that represent what type of file you are working on. For example, it's a PDF, it's a JPG, it's a PNG, it's a MP3, MP4, what type of file it is. Okay, similar to that, if it's an MP4 file, it's a video. If it's MP3, it's a audio, and so on. Okay, similar to that, if it is ipynb, it's a Jupyter file, and it will only execute in the Jupyter notebook. Okay, Jupyter software. Okay, or your Jupyter editor, you can say that. Okay, so I created this file. This is untitled, and let me click on this and rename this. This is our first topic, sorry, first day. So we are starting with day 1 or 1 Python. You can name this, or later we will change the name of it. Okay, now this particular part is nothing, but you can say that it's a notes part. Okay, you can write your code here. Let me change this particular cell. I'm changing this cell to something else. So there are cell type, and I'm changing it to markdown. Now, what this markdown is, okay, markdown is similar to something that will work on HTML. Okay, the HTML parser will process. Okay, something that can understandable by a HTML parser. Now, where is this HTML parser will be? It will be on browser. Okay, HTML parser will be on the browser. Okay, now when you execute this file, okay, this particular section, it is a markdown section. It is similar to the README file that you used in any of the platform. For example, if I open this and you can see a README file here. This is readme.md. MD is markdown file. If you click on this, markdown file will look like this. And if you added this file, you will see that these type of code, like using hashtag for h1 tag or for headings, you can see these type of code. Okay, so it is nothing but a markdown file. Okay, so I converted this cell into markdown. You can create notes here. So what type of topics we are going to cover in this particular part is this. These are our topics. Let me run this. You can run this cell just by clicking on the run, or you can press shift enter. Shift enter will execute this particular part. So you can see I created some notes here. That is day 1, and we are covering these topics today. Okay, got it. Now this is my first topic, that is Python basics. So let's understand Python basics. Let me use Python basics. Okay, now this is also a markdown cell. That's why I use this. You can write anything here if you want. But now I want to execute Python code. Okay, so this is the first session. So let me give you some basics of it. I'm assuming that here nobody knows about Python at all. So I'm just writing the code for the first time. Okay, you can consider that particular part. Okay, now the first thing here is to understand a simple term. If I want to print something, if I want to display something to the user, I'm going to use certain code. Okay, what type of code we need? So you can relate it to a ATM machine. So ATM machine, if you swipe your card and there's some input on the output screen, and it will show that insert your card or remove your card, or this is your balance, account balance, and so much information. So that type of information is presented or displayed to you. Okay. Similar way, if you want to print something to the user, in the back end, we are going to write some code. Okay, so to display something, we use a statement called print statement. Okay, now what this print statement is? So print statement, whatever you write inside it, it will print as it is. Okay, it will print the everything that you write as it is. Okay, got it? Now it is nothing, just a function. Okay, now we don't know about anything about functions, so we are skipping that part. But how this going to work? So let me write something here. Hello, everyone. Okay, so this is my simple message. I used a double quotes here. So double quotes are nothing, but that represents whatever you write in this double quote will be printed as it is. Okay, if there is a space, space will be printed. If there's a word, it will be printed as it is. Okay, got it? Now, let me run this particular part first. So if I run this, it will print hello everyone. Simple. You can see the in part here. So in is representing input, and there is output for if you are directly executing certain code. But the full form for this in is input. Okay, simple terms. Whatever you write inside this particular part will be considered as Python code, because this is Python notebook. Okay. This is Python notebook. Okay, so everything you write inside it will be look like this. Okay, now let me use certain terms. For example, if I want to use hello, and if I want to change the line, just like we press enter. So if I press enter, the line will be changed. So I want to do the exact same in this particular part in programming. Okay, so I'm going to use a character called \n, that is a new line character. So if I write hello everyone, and between that I use \n. Now what this \n is? Understand one more thing here, that is hash. Hash is representing a comment here. Okay, hash is representing comment. Okay, comment means this code, this particular part, whatever written after this hash will be skipped by our interpreter. Now, who is interpreter? Interpreter is a simple software that software will understand what I'm trying to say. This is because this is an English language. Okay, I'm using English, and because of this English, computer will not understand what English is. Okay, the computer will only understand the binary language, that is in 0 1 format. Okay, something is on or off or something like that. Okay, so the computer will only understand the binary language. That's why we are using an interpreter. What the interpreter is doing, it will interpret this code, understand what is happening here, and will give you an output. Okay, in the similar way, if you use a hash, after that whatever is written will be skipped by that interpreter. That means this, after that whatever written here will not be executed. Okay, so let me write, this is my /n, and this /n is nothing but new line character. Okay, so new line character is what? If you run this, it will print like this. So everything will work from left to right. Okay, so hello will be printed first. After that, the interpreter got /n. So /n will put the cursor to the next line. That means the cursor will be here, and after that everyone is written, so everyone will be printed here. Okay, so /n will be used as a, if you want to change the line, you can use this in your coding. Okay, now using this particular part, we have one more thing, that is hello /t everyone. Okay, so we have /t everyone. Okay, now what this /t is, so /t is horizontal tab. Okay, horizontal tab. Clear? So horizontal tab is something, it will give 8 spaces between these values. Generally you can see 4, but by default this particular part give 8 spaces. Okay, so if you want to give spaces like this, you can use /t. Okay, now this is just for the basics, so it is not like we are going to mostly use this. We are going to use /n mostly. Okay, now so we understand /n and /t. Okay, now let's move forward. If I want to print something like this output, that means hello and everyone, like this. If I want to print this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use hello and I'm going to use everyone. Okay, print statement, this is a property of print. Print statement, after printing the value, it will change the line. Okay, after printing the value, it will change the line. Okay, so if it will change the line, this /n is already available here. So let me run this first. If you run this, it will print the exact same thing when you use this. Okay, so internally print uses a /n. What this uses, everything is, we will cover that later. This is not the topic for today, but this particular part, print statement, after printing the value, it will change the line, and after printing the value, it will change the line again. Okay, so how many times you are going to use print, it will change the line after printing the value, whatever written inside it. Okay, got it? So this is the basic thing. Let me write some questions here so you can practice right now, or you can practice later also. Okay, questions. Okay, so this is kind of a day 1 questions, or you can say that if you are starting with Python, you can work on these questions. Okay, so question is, you have to print your name. In the next line, you have to give 8 spaces. You have to give 8 spaces. You have to write your college name, and in this last line, you have to change the line again. You have to give 16 spaces, and you have to print the city URL or country URL. Okay, got it? So this is the first question. So you have to print something in this format. Okay, let me write some other part also. For example, if I'm using a star, 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 star. Okay, so this is kind of a pyramid of star, but for the three places only. You have to print this particular part using print statement. Okay, and I'm going to give one more question here. So you have to use 4 spaces here, a star, then 8 spaces and star, 4 spaces and star. So it should look like this. Okay. Here. So these are the questions. So you can use print statement to solve these questions. Okay. So solution to these questions are already available. So let me solve one of them. That is my star question. That is pyramid of star. So now pyramid of star are kind of logical questions that are used in while loop, but we haven't worked on while loop yet. We don't know what while loop is. So we are going to solve this directly. What we want to print a asterisk in the initial. Then we want to change the line. Okay, so let's start with this. So let me write print here. In double quotes, I'm going to use a star. Okay, now I want to change the line. To change the line, we have /n. Once the line is changed, we want to print 2 stars. So we can print 2 stars here. Okay, after that, we want to change the line again. So /n, I'm going to use star, star, star 3 times. Okay, so this way the output should look like the same as mentioned in the question. Okay, good. Okay, got it. So this is how it works. So this is how the print and // works. You can solve other 2 questions. To solve this question, I said a simple statement for printing this particular part. Okay, so whatever you write inside double quotes will be printed as it is. So you have to keep that in mind and solve this question. Okay, solutions are already available on YouTube videos, so you can check that out. Or you can try to solve it or ask in the community. Okay, or ask me directly. Okay, now, so this is my first topic, the Python basics. So I understand that these are the I think this is fine. Let me jump to basics, but a new topic, that is input from user. Okay, so input from user. So what is input from user? Input from user is just like in the ATM machine, you are going to get some input from user. Okay, correct? Is this correct? Okay, so to get the input, what do you want? You want like a prompt to the user. Okay, prompt is something like enter your password, insert your card, swipe your card, or this is your balance, like that. Or give your input, what you want. You want mini statement, you want to withdraw cash, and so on. So these type of simple input options are available in an ATM machine. Okay, now I'm going to use an input function. So just like print function, we have input function. So input will look like this. Okay, now what this input function will do, we are going to use this function to get an input from user, and after getting an input, we are going to store that into a variable. So storing something into a variable look like this. Okay, so if I want to get a value and store it somewhere, it will look like this. Okay, now what I'm doing, I'm just printing this particular value. Okay, got it? What I'm doing, I'm just printing this value. Okay, now if I run this, you will see that this input part will run first. Okay, you can imagine this particular part like this. A is equals to 10, for example. So this is a simple statement you use in mathematics. Now this A holds a value 10, correct? So whatever you give an input through this input function will be assigned to this A. So the value of A will be this. Okay, so let me delete this part. Let me run this again. So when you run this, you will see that there is an input box available in front of us, and you can see a star here because, or you can see a top processing sign here in the top title part. Okay, so what this means that this cell is in process. This is not executed completely. So now what we want to do, we want to insert something. So if I pass 100 here, okay, so 100 is entered. When you press enter, this 100 will be assigned to this A. And after that, we are going to print the 100 here. Okay, so you can see the first 100 is the input part and the second 100 is the print part. Okay, now what this means, why we haven't used double quotes here, why we directly used a simple A here, because whatever you write inside double quotes will be printed as it is. We don't want to print the value, print A, we want to print the value of A. That's why we are not going to use this A part, sorry, double quotes part. Okay, so it will print the value of A. Okay, got it? Now I'm going to use this again, but this time generally we don't see an input field directly. Whenever we go to an ATM or any kind of vending machine, it will show some options to us. Okay, got it? It will show some options to us. So in front of us, there is a prompt available that enter something, enter your name or whatever. So let me write a message here. So if I write enter your age. Okay, so this is my simple prompt. Okay, now we all know about BODMAS rule, BODMAS in mathematics. Okay, whatever you write in brackets will be solved first. Okay, brackets will be solved first. So you can imagine that way. It's like if you are using these kind of brackets, this particular part will work first. Whatever written inside this bracket will be executed first. Okay, so this particular part will execute first and this will be assigned to this A. Okay, got it? Now let me print this A again. So if I run this, you will see that message is displayed here. You enter your age. Now you have to enter your age. If I write 21, if I press enter, now this 21 will be assigned to this A, and after that 21 will be printed. So if you run this, you will see that this particular part was entered and this particular part was printed. So you can use this again and again, and whatever you want to write. This time I want to print something with a message. So what you can do is age is equals to this. Now I'm using a comma here. Why? Because we cannot write anything in this A, in this double quotes. Why? Because we want to print the value of A, not A itself. Okay, so that's why what we are doing, age is equals to will be printed, and after it the value of A will be printed. So if you want to print the value, you have to write that outside of these double quotes. Okay, so whatever you write or write outside the double quotes will be considered as a variable, and this is a variable from mathematics. So variables are generally representing different numbers, okay, or holding different numbers. Okay, so let me run this. If I write 23, it will print age is equals to 23. Okay, simple. So this is how input function work. Okay, this is how variables work. Okay, so these are some basics. So let me move to our next topic, that is operators. Okay, so this is our operators topic. If any one of you have any doubts, you can ask, or you can store your questions for the last. Okay, so that will be better. Okay, so there's a flow in the session, so let's move that way. So if you have any doubts, just write it down and you can write it in the this particular section. Okay, yes, I will share all the resources with you after the session in the group. Okay, now operators. So now what operators are? Operators are something that operates something. Okay, this doesn't make sense. So now operators are mathematical operations. You can say that all type of mathematical operations, anything that can perform or give you an output. Okay, so those are operators. So there are so many operators available. There are arithmetic operators, there are logical operators, bitwise, binary, uh, logical operator, everything. Okay. So uh, these are the operators available. So let's start with arithmetic. Arithmetic operators. Okay. Now what are arithmetic operators? So we already know about plus, minus, multiply, divide, modulus, floor. So these are arithmetic operators. Okay. Now let's understand some of them. You already know plus, minus, multiply, divide. So I'm not going to cover that. So let's use modulo. So now what this modulo is? Okay. This percentage is what? Percentage is what? Modulo. Okay. So now what this modulo is all about? So if I write 7 modulus 2. Okay. If I write 7 modulus 2. 7 modulus 2, what this means? You are dividing this 7 by 2. Whatever the remainder is, it will return the remainder. Okay. This will return the remainder. Return the remainder. Okay. If you run this, it will print 1. So 2 3 are 6 and 1 will be the remainder. Okay. Got it? So this is how it works. Let me use 11 modulus 4. Okay, 11 modulus 4. So when you divide this, it will be 2 and the remainder will be 3. Okay, so 4 to the 8 and the remainder will be 3. So remainder will be printed here. So whatever the remainder is, it will print that. Okay, so modulus is this. We have floor division. This is what? Floor division. So let me write that. What we call this? Floor division. Okay. Now what floor division is? So floor division is kind of a division, but this will return the integer value. Okay. This will remove the decimal part from it. Okay. So that's a floor division. So let me write that. If I write 11 floor 2. Okay. So when you run this, what you are doing here, you are just dividing 11 by 2. That will be 5.5. Okay. So output will be 5.5 here. But this will remove the decimal part and will return only integer part. That means 5. So 5 will be your output. Let me take another example. 7 floor 2. 7 floor 2 will be 3.5. Okay. This will be 3.5. Okay. But it will store only integer value. It will return an integer value only. So it will return 3. Okay. Got it? 0.5 will be removed. Okay. So whatever you write, it will remove the decimal part. So for example, if it is 15 and you are using this particular part, floor 5. What this means? This means that 15 is divided by 10, it will be 1.5. Okay. Now let me change it to 4. So there will be no confusion. So it will be 1.4. Okay. If you divide this, but it will only return 1. Only integer part, decimal will be removed. 0.4 will be removed. So you will get 1. Okay. So this is very helpful while building logics for different conditions in while loop. Okay. So we will see that how we are going to use this. But so this is what arithmetic operators are. There are certain other operators available. So we have logical operator. Logical operators. Now what are logical operators? So logical operators are two. One is true and the other one is false. Okay, these two are available. True generally represent all the numbers. You can see that 1, and false represents 0. Okay, got it? Now only 0 is false in terms of binary. all other numbers are true, even though they are negative numbers. Why this is, why this particular part, uh, that all the numbers are true? Because whenever you use any number, that number will be stored on your system in certain format. So let me ask you a simple question, if anybody want to answer. That is, what is, you can say, what is data? Whatever you store. For example, I created a file. Okay, I created a file, this particular file. Okay, this is my Python first file. This is a Jupyter notebook file. This is stored on my system, and it is stored in the secondary memory. Okay, everything running here, everything running on my system is on the primary memory, that is RAM. Okay, so what is data? Ultimately, whatever we are storing. So what is data actually? Answer in terms of engineer, being an engineer, answer in terms on technical terms. Okay, so anybody wants to answer, or anybody wants to, yeah. So I'm giving you 10 seconds.
Data is the collections of insights.
Okay, collection of insights. Okay, go more technical. This is the general terms to understand, to tell anyone. But if you are an engineer, what will be the actual term for a data? Raw facts? No, no, no.
I think bytes, right?
Bytes, correct. Okay. Okay, so
Any sequence of bytes.
okay, so let me answer it in simple terms. Somebody says 0, 1, good. Raw facts, no. Collection of information. You can say this when you are working in a team, or uh, those are not engineers. But if I talk about hardware engineers, so the data is nothing but charges. Okay, in your hardware, you have seen the hardware or computer system. So computer hardware, you can see computer hardware. Okay, so if you see the images, you will see a green board, or let me call it motherboard for PC. So you can see this particular part. Okay, everybody has seen this, that what is inside our laptop and what is inside our hardware. Okay, so this is a green board, and there are golden lines available. Okay, there are multiple golden lines, we call them circuits. And what these golden lines will do, the electricity will flow inside that. Simple, electricity is flowing, that's why um, we created these circuits. Okay, electricity is what? Flow of charge. So we can say that charge is flowing there. Okay, if the charge is flowing, the computer will consider that as 1, or you can say high voltage. Okay, if the charge is not flowing there, or there will be a low voltage, it will be considered as false or 0. Okay, so if there is a low voltage, we consider that as 0, and all the high voltage, all the numbers will be considered as 1 or true, you can say that. Okay, now whatever you write here, it can be numbers, it can be characters. So if I talk about these two, so these two are nothing but bits. So bits are simplest or smallest unit of computer system, we already know about. Okay, so bits are smallest unit of computer system, we already um, uh, heard about this term in our schools, I think. So bits are 0 and 1. Okay, this is the smallest unit of computer system. Bits are representing charges. Okay, so the data you are storing in your system is nothing but charge. It is stored in the form of charge, and we already know about there are different circuit terms like transistor, resistors, capacitors are available on this hardware, and capacitors are what? That hold charges without electricity. Okay, so they are capable of holding charges. So there are other terms also used in this, and we are just storing charges. Okay, so we understand that data is nothing but charge in hardware terms, or if you go in depth in it. Okay, we call these charges or consider this charge, we call them 0 and 1. Computer system doesn't know about 0 and 1. Okay, so we call them 0 and 1. So bits, we call this 0 and 1 as bits. Okay, so these are the smallest system or charges. Now this bits will, if there is a collection of bits, it will be considered as numbers. Okay, numbers. So whatever number you're passing, for example 10, 20, 30, if there is 10, it will be converted into binary, that is 1010, like in 01 formats, and it will be stored on your byte slots. Okay, so bits, the collection of bits will be numbers. Okay, these numbers, using these numbers you can create characters. Okay, using these numbers you can create characters. Now what are characters? Characters are your keyboard keys. Okay, every keyboard key comes with a with the actual number. Okay, every keyboard key comes with a number. Okay, if I press space, so space is representing a number. What this means? This means that we have a term called ASCII, American Standard Codes for Information Interchange. Okay, American Standard Codes for Information Interchange. What this means? These are standard codes set for all the devices in the world, so that if you press capital A, on your keyboard, it will be considered as 65. Okay, these are ASCII codes. If you represent capital B, it will be considered as 66. If you use capital Z, it will be 90. Okay, so these are the ASCII codes you generally use. Okay, if you use small a will be starting from 97, and small z will be using 122. Okay, so these are the ASCII codes. If we talk about what is the ASCII code of space, when you press space on your keyboard, the ASCII code for space is 32. So there are so many ASCII codes available. Not so many, not more than 127. And there are other symbols, you can go on the internet and check that out. But on your keyboard, there are 108 keys. And using those keys, every character comes with a ASCII code. Why? Because you cannot divide capital A. Okay, if you want to calculate the binary code of any character, you cannot divide A by 2. To calculate binary, you have to divide the number by 2. Okay, you cannot divide capital A by 2. You cannot divide the space by 2. This doesn't make sense. So what they did, they associated every key on the keyboard as a simple ASCII number, which will be completed within 127. Okay, and using that particular using these numbers, now they can be converted into binary, and they can easily stored on your system in terms of 0 and 1. That means charge or not charge. Okay, there is charge available or no, not. Okay, so these are what characters. Characters are converted into numbers. Numbers are further converted into bits. Okay, these characters, combination of these characters, we call them instructions. So any single line of code considered as a instruction. For example, we are printing something. Okay, so this is an instruction. We are using multiple lines. This is one instruction. This is second instruction of this code. Okay, so there are two instructions available. So bits, numbers, characters, instructions. Instructions are nothing but set of characters. In print, there are multiple characters available. Okay, in programming, numbers are also considered as characters when you talk about keys on the keyboard. And these special characters, exclamation, @ brackets, these all are considered as characters. Okay, everything are character on the keyboard. Combination of these instructions will be considered as, this flow is important. Okay, combination of these instructions are nothing but program. Okay, combination of these instructions will be considered as program. If you go further in depth, so there are certain more topics. For example, if you want to create a small multiple program, or you can say a bunch of it, you will consider everything in functions, and combination of functions will be considered as a program. Let me write that here, and let's not talk about this part for, because we will go for functions, then classes, then modules, then packages, then libraries, then frameworks. So there's a small there's a big flow of it. Okay, so okay, let me cover that up. So you can write the functions part here. Okay, so we have functions, instructions, then we combine them into functions. Functions are just box of code. So there are multiple line of codes. We call that function, we name it something, and we use that like print and input and so on. Okay, these functions will be converted into programs, and you can use this as your let's not call that particular part. Let's write that classes. Okay, so combination of functions, we will put that inside a class, and use multiple classes can be written in single file, that will be module. That module, multiple module are nothing but .py extension files. This module is when you combine multiple modules, you can write them into a single folder. Okay, that folder will be called as package. Okay, and multiple package will be considered as libraries. Okay, libraries, and multiple libraries will be converted into frameworks. Okay, so this is what a framework is. Framework is pre-written code available. You are just drag and dropping maximum things. Libraries are already available. You can use pre-written packages and modules written inside it. You can use them. Okay, framework comes with the architecture. Libraries doesn't come with the architecture. Okay, you can create your own architecture for your project if you are using only libraries. But if you are using a framework like Django and not Flask, Django. So if you are using Django Python, then it is a framework of Python. And in that framework, you have to follow a certain architecture, even if you're creating a single page application or you're creating a whole big project. For example, Instagram on web is created on Django. Okay, Netflix website is created on Flask. That's a micro framework for Python. Okay, so this is the flow. Okay, so libraries generally don't come with any architecture, that there is no rule to create how to proceed with the project. So libraries are those. Okay, so we are open to do anything with libraries. They are packages, just like folders, that contains multiple Python files. Python files considered as modules. Inside that module, you write your code. It can be in terms of classes, and classes hold multiple functions. Functions hold multiple instructions. They are nothing but characters. Characters are nothing but numbers, and numbers are nothing but bits. So this is the proper flow of your simple code, whatever you're writing. Okay. Now, so these are logical operators. Logical operators comes with 0 and 1. Okay, so there are other operators also. So we have to understand the assignment operators. So assignment operators, we have a is equals to 10. So equals to is an assignment operator. So there are certain more assignment operators available. That is plus equals to, minus equals to, multiply equals to, divide equals to, modulo equals to, we have floor equals to. Okay, we have one more thing, that is exponents equals to. So exponents is also part of arithmetic operators. So you can add that here. So exponents are nothing but power of something. Okay, so if I write like this, let me write this. If I write print 2 exponent 3, that means 2 to the power 3. Okay, this will be 8. So exponents are like this. Now, what this equals to means, equals to will be 10 will be assigned to A, and you can use that. So you can already know about this, that a is equals to 10, and you can print the value of this a and so on. Okay, so this is a simple term. Now let me add something here. If I'm using a is equals to 10, if I write a plus equals to 5, what this means, this statement simply means a is equals to a plus 5. Whatever is written right side of your equals to will be executed first. We already know this. Input function executed first, then assign the value to the variable. Okay, in the similar way, a comes with a value 10. Okay, so 10 plus 5 will be 15. 15 will be assigned to a, and that's it. So new value of a will be 15. So if you run this, you will see the value of a is 15. Okay, so this plus equals to is nothing but adding the value to the variable itself. Okay, so this is just a replacement of, if I write a plus equals to 1, if I want to print the value of a is equals to a plus 1. Okay, so it is just incrementing the value by 1. So that's why Python does not support unary operators. That means plus plus and minus minus, increment and decrement operators. Python doesn't support that. Python says that you can use this, so no need for unary operators. Okay, so the value of a is 5. 5 plus 1 will be 6. 6 will be assigned to a again. So the value of a will be 6. Okay, got it? So this is how it works. Okay, now let's move to any of the, for example, if I use floor division, floor equals to, okay, so if I use floor, a is equals to 14, and if I use a floor is equals to 3. Okay, floor is equals to 3. Now let me print this first, print the value of a. Now what the meaning of this particular part, a is equals to a floor 3. This means that the value of a is 14. 14 floor 10 will be 14 floor 14 floor 3 will be 3 fours are 12, 12 point something, but float only returns the integer value, so it will return 4. 4 will be assigned to a, so the value of a will be 4. Okay, because this particular part gave us the output of 4.6 something like that. Okay, and this will remove the decimal part and the output is 4. Okay, so the new value of a will become 4. Okay, so this is what floor division is. So this is nothing but assigning the value again inside a. So that's what assignment operators are. We also call them compound operators, because compound is what, mixture of elements. So this is similar to that. So now, so this is how we are working. We worked on assignment operators, and there are other options available. Assignment operator, then binary, bitwise, we are not working on that. Okay, that will be fine. I think that this will be fine for working further. So let's move forward. So the next topic after operator will be conditional statements. Okay, now what are conditional statement? Conditional statements. Okay, so conditional statements are those if and else. Okay, if and else. We use this in other languages also. So conditional statements are something, if you want to execute a certain code on a certain condition, only on the certain condition, then you are going to use this. For example, if you want to give the access, if the bank wants to give the access to the money in an ATM machine, it will check the password with the password saved in the database. Okay, your ATM pin. Okay, so how it will work? It will get the pin from you, and it will check that pin from the pin available in the database. If it matches, it will print the give you the access to the money. Otherwise, it will say that the pin is incorrect and it will cancel the transaction. Okay, correct. So this is our conditional statement, why we use conditional statements. Okay, now let's use this. We are going to use if. Okay, let me use a certain value here. If a is equals to 10. Okay, now how this particular part will work. This equals to, double equals to is nothing. It is a relational operator and it will check the value or compare these two values. So single equals to is something, all the values will be assigned to A. Okay, but double equals to is just comparing these values. Okay, let me give you an example. So if I write 11 double equals to 11, is this statement 11 is equals to 11, is this statement true? Yes, this is true. So it will give you an output of true. Okay, correct. So if I write print 10 is equals to 11, is 10 equals to 11? No, this statement is false. So it will give you an false. Okay, so double equals to is nothing. It's a relational operator and it will just compare two values. Okay, it will just compare two values. Now, if I use double equals to here, this if statement, if this if statement is true, it will execute the code written inside it. So generally we write the code like this in other languages, and there is a bracket for if statement, but in Python there are no brackets, they are indentation. So I'm using a colon here. Okay, you can use a brackets also like this. You can use brackets for your condition, but you can it's an option. Okay, it's not compulsory. Now I'm using colon. If I press enter and if I want to print something, so if I write print hi. Okay, now what this means, you will see that there's an indentation available here. Okay, there are certain spaces available. Whenever I click or press enter, it will give me this indentation. Okay, now what this indentation is, it is similar to whenever you start a paragraph, you give some spaces. Okay, so those are the indentation spaces. Okay, similar to that, Python do not use this curly brackets, opening curly brackets or closing curly brackets. Python uses this indentation to represent that the code for this print statement is written from here. Okay, so if you want to write some other code, so if I write hi, hello, so these are my two statements. Both of them are part of this if statement because both of them are printed using indentation. Okay, got it? So this is how it works. So if I run this, okay, if I run this, the value of A is 10. 10 is equals to 10, condition is true. Is this condition is true, it will print hi and hello. Okay, got it? Hi and hello. Okay, now both of them are true, that's why this will work. If I run this again, but this time I'm writing here 11. So now the value of A is 10. 10 is equals to 11. Is this condition true? No, this is false. If the condition is false, it will not execute the code written inside. You can consider that as this is your password and it is not matched with your actual password. So it will not execute the code or the transaction is failed. So if I run this, it will not give me an output because I haven't write the output for or printed something for the other part. Okay, I only printed something for the if part only. Okay, now in this case I want to print something to the user. So for example, if I write password is equals to 1234, this is my password and it's a simple variable. You can name a variable anything. Okay, if I write if password is equals to my return password in the database is 1111 for example. Okay, and your money. Okay, and if I write else, now what this else is the alternate for this if statement or the if block. Okay, if the condition got false, the code written inside it will not work. We already know about this because this is false, this will not work. So if this is false, what we are going to do? We are going to print an error or a message that password is incorrect. Simple. Okay. So password is 1234. 1234 is equals to 1111. No, false. False. So it will jump to the else part and it will execute the code written inside it directly. Okay. In else part, we generally don't give any condition here, just like if. Okay. If I run this, it will print password is incorrect. Obviously, password is incorrect. You cannot use an else statement directly because this doesn't make any sense. If you run this, it will give you an error, syntax error. Okay, got it? So this is how password work. This is how, this is how if work, and this is how if and else work. Okay. Always start your condition with if. If there is only one thing, you can use if. If there are an option for else part, you can use this. Okay. Generally, there are always have this else part. There is always a condition for else part, just like printing a message or giving any error message or something like that. Okay. Now, let's move forward. This is one condition. Okay. There can be multiple conditions. So if I write if a is equals to 1, print something like 1. Okay. Now, you generally see that on an ATM machine or any type of input device, you generally see that you have to press certain inputs. It can be numbers. So for example, we consider that as numbers. So if somebody press 1, 1 will be printed. If somebody press 2, something else will happen. Something like if somebody print withdraw, it will withdraw, the person will withdraw the element, the code will return inside that. If somebody click on mini statement, the mini statement will be printed, and so on. So if we have multiple conditions, we are going to use elif. So if the value of a is 2, it will print the value 2. If the value is a is equals to 3, it will print the value of 3. Okay, and you can end it with a else. Else is not compulsory again here, but let me use a is equals to 2. Okay, so how this will work? This will work left to right, top to bottom, from starting top to bottom. Okay, so the approach for Python interpreter is top to bottom. Okay, what this means? This means that it will start from the first line and it will go towards the end. Okay, so in other languages like C programming, the approach is bottom up. That means the main function will be in the bottom and everything will be in the top. Okay, so this is the bottom up approach for C language, but in C language there is no interpreter, there is a compiler. Okay, but in Python there is an interpreter. Okay, now if I run this, it will check the first part, that 2 is equals to 1, condition is false. So it will jump to the else if part and check the condition again. If 2 is equals to 2, yes, this is true. So it will print true or 2, and everything else will not work. Okay, so this is the rule that any one of the part will execute. Okay, 2 parts will not execute. Okay, any one. Whatever part executes first, or whatever part executes or is true, the condition is true, any of the part, that part will execute. But if you change this, if I change this again, but this time I'm changing this particular part to 2. Okay, now what will happen? Both the conditions are true. What will happen? The first condition will execute because the approach of Python interpreter is top-down approach. Okay, got it? Clear? So this will check first. This will be checked first. That's why this condition will be true and it will print 2 again. Okay, it will never jump to this particular part because only one section will execute. If this section is executed, it will not check condition further. Okay, so this is the rule. Okay, so you can see this type of condition in, as I said, ATM. Okay, so ATM is the best example for if and else statements because any of the one section will execute at a time. So if you press the key for withdrawal, you can only withdraw money. If you press the key for pin change, you can only change the pin. You cannot do both. Okay, so that's the best example for if and else. Okay, got it? Now, so this is what conditional statements are. So conditional statements are like, let me write a question here. Question will be a good thing to work on. Let me write question like this. Write a program to enter a value from user and print. Write a program to enter a value from user and print its absolute value. Okay, and print its absolute value. Now, what are absolute values? So absolute values are the distance from the origin. Okay, basically. So distance from the origin means, it means that if like this, we use this generally -7, for example, the absolute value for -7 will be 7 because the distance from the origin for -7 will be 7. And for positive numbers, if there's 6, the absolute value will be 6, obviously, because distance generally we do not consider distance in negative format. So absolute values are distance from the origin. If you consider a number line, okay, center point is origin, and you can check the distance of any number. Okay, so I'm going to solve this question now. Or best way is to you can already you can work on this question and solve on your own, so that will be a good part. Okay, or I can give you 1 minute so you can solve that. If you got the answer, you can just paste it here, or just wait for my answer. You can just compare your answers with me. Okay, so I'm giving you 1 minute. Yes, sessions are recorded. Recording is in progress. So I will combine all 3 lectures and will put on YouTube. So it will be accessible to you all. So now let me solve this. You can compare this, or whatever you thought the solution is, you can compare your solution with this. So basically the solution for this is, you are getting a value from user, and what you are doing, you are just changing it to a positive number. If the number is negative, you can just multiply it by -1 and you will get the positive number. If the number is positive, you can just directly print the positive number. Okay, there is no change for positive number. So let's do this. So I'm using a variable x and I'm getting a value from user. Enter a number. Now we have to understand one concept here. The concept is typecasting or type conversion. Type conversion will be, okay, type conversion. So now what this type conversion is you are converting certain type into another type. Okay, so for example, if I have a is equals to 10.5. Now what this 10.5 is, so if you want to check the type, you can use a type function and pass a inside it. It will print the type of this 10.5. What these types are, so types are generally, if I talk about different files, it can be a video file, it can be a image file, it can be a audio file, and so on. It can be a text file. Okay. In terms of characters, it can be an integer, it can be a decimal, it can be a character, it can be a string. Okay. It can be a boolean value. Boolean values are those we used in logical operator, that is true and false. Okay, so those considered as boolean. Okay. Now if you run this, you will see the type for 10.5, that is decimal. But in programming, we don't call decimal values as decimal, we call them float. So when you run this, you will get float. Okay, you generally get this class here. Class is something we will talk about this later. Just ignore this class part for now. Just focus on this float part. Okay. If you want to work on any value like a is equals to 5, and if you want to print the type of this a, okay, in this case the a is here an integer. So when you run this, you will see class int. Okay, so these are the types, and if you want to change it, so it's very simple. It's very simple. Simple means if I convert this particular part, if you want to convert this float into integer, I'm going to use a function called int. So whatever you pass inside it will be converted into integer. So if you run this, so 10.5, when you convert 10.5 into integer, this will remove the decimal part and it will print 10. In a similar way, you can convert anything into any other format. You can check the type of this a again. You can see, sorry, a is, I haven't stored that somewhere, so that's why it is not converted. Let me write this. I am using b is equals to this. So what I'm doing, I'm converting the value of a and into integer and assigning it to into b. So let me write this b. Okay, so if you print the b, you will see 10. If you check the type of b, it will be integer. Okay, so float is now converted into integer. So this is what type conversion is. This is very important because whenever you are getting values from user or getting values through input, it will be always in the form of string values. Okay, so now let me do that. If you check the type of this x, you will see that whatever you write inside it, even though it's a number, you will see that it will print the type as str. Okay, so we cannot perform any mathematical operation on string values. So that's why we have to convert that into something else. So let me convert that into an integer. So the best way is to, whatever you're getting from the user will be converted into integer and then it will be assigned to x. Now to solve this, how this is working. So you can focus on the board mass part. Okay, now what this board mass is, brackets will be solved first. That means you will see the message first, then you will get an input or give an input. That input will be converted into integer, then it will assign into x. Okay, so this is a simple flow. Now the question was, what was the question? Let me remove this from here. Let me write the question here. Okay, now if I run this, you will see that you are getting a number, it will be converted into integer, and if you print the value as, or check the type of this x, sorry, not x, if you, not a, if you print 12, you will see that 12 is an integer now. Okay, we are converting that and assigning that into a variable. Okay, now what the question was to get a value from user and print its absolute value. We are going to check if this value is less than 0 or not. Okay, less than 0. Okay, now what this means, this means that if the value is negative, we are going to apply certain operation. So the operation is simple. What we are doing, we are just multiplying it by -1. Okay, so whatever this x is -7, for example. -7 multiplied by -1 will be 7. So 7 will be printed. And else part is if the number is 0 or if the number is positive or whatever, it will be printed as it is. Okay, clear? So if the number is positive or 0 or whatever, it will be printed as it is. Okay, so let me run this. If I print 10 here, it will print 10. If I run 0 here, it will print 0. If I run -10 here, -100, it will print 100. If I print -1, -7, it will give me 7. Okay, got it? Everything is fine. Why we use Conditional? So Conditional is just the representation that the starting point, the section for if statement is starting from here. Okay, so Conditional is a simple term that the condition is added here, and we are starting for the code part, because in Python we do not use curly brackets. Okay, to representing that the starting point is here of if statement and ending point is here. Okay, so we are not using curly brackets, so that's why we are using Conditional. And these indentation to represent that this part is for if statement, this part is for else statement. Okay, so Conditional is a part of syntax. Okay, somebody already gave the answer. Okay, cool. Vishnu gave the answer. Okay, now let's move forward. So we understand that if or else, how if and else work, conditional statement. Now we have list, strings, functions. So let's try to cover all of them. This is something list. Simple definition will be collection of different type of elements. In simple terms, collection of different type of elements. Now what lists are? So it is similar to array. So you already worked on array if you worked on any programming language. If not, it is something that let's take an example. So what I want to store one of your name. Okay, I want to store a name into a variable. So if I store a value, store a name, for example, if it is something like my name, for example. Okay, so I'm using a variable. If I want to store another name, I'm going to use another variable, and I want to store another's name, so I'm going to use something else. If I want to store 30, so I'm using another variable. Now the issue with this is, as a developer, this is hectic. You cannot remember different variables for different values. Okay, this is one thing. Another thing is, we generally don't remember names. We generally remember numbers, and we know that 1, 2, 3, 4 is going so on and on and on. Okay. So for that particular case, we are using a term called list. So lists are kind of a data structure. It will provide a structure so that you can store multiple different values in a single object. Okay, a single value. Okay, so I'm going to use a single variable and storing all these type of values. Okay, so I'm calling this as L. All the list will be represented as square brackets, and you can pass multiple values. For example, 10, comma, my name, comma. If I write something like India, comma, I'm using 15.7, something like that. Okay, got it? Got it? So this is how it works. Okay, now this is nothing but a list. So if I check the type of L, this will be a list. Okay, simple. Now you can store multiple values, different type of values, but individually these values comes with a different type, because this is an integer, it's a string, it's a float. Okay, now let's understand some more things with a list. So let's come with a property. Because you are storing multiple values, you have to access those values in some point of time in the future. Okay, so for that we have indexes. Now what are indexes? So we already know about indexes. Indexes are similar to index in a book. Okay, so by default index will start from 0, then 1, 2, 3, and so on. Okay, these indexes are just indexes in a book, and you generally see indexes in a book, and using those indexes you can reach to a certain topic in the book, or using the page number of that book you can jump to that particular page. Simple. In the similar way, if you want to jump to any of the element, you are going to use these indexes. Okay, 0 represents this, 1 represents this, and so on. Okay, now if I want to access any one of them, so I'm using list, and I'm want to print India. Okay, now how you want to represent, or how you uh, are going to access that particular value. So you are using square brackets just after the name of the list. The name of the list is L. Okay, you can name anything. I'm using L here. Okay, inside this I'm going to pass the index of that value. So if the index is 2, so L of 2 is nothing but used as a variable here. Okay, so when you run this, it will print India. Okay, here let me print one more thing. If I want to check the type of this L of 2, okay, so this India is nothing here but a string. Okay, if you run this, it will print str. Okay, so individually these elements comes with a different type, and all of this combined will be considered as a list. Okay, so list is a data structure similar to string or integer or float. Okay, so this is one of the type, and by combining all these you will consider that as list, and by um, removing this particular part or using certain indexes, you can access those numbers, and all those numbers will be different. So if I pass L of 3, it will print 15.7. Okay, L of 3 will be 15.7. Correct? Now, if I want to print list of 5. Now 5, there is no index called 5. There is no index as 4. Okay, so if you run this, it will give you an error, list index out of range, because there is no element on the 5th index. Okay, so obviously it will give you an error. Okay, so this is what a list is. You can store multiple values and you can use those values. So let me use certain values, for example 10, 20, 30, 40. So these are my values, and if I want to replace any value, as I said, that individual values like L of 0, L of 1, L of 2, these type of values are nothing but variables. Sorry. Okay, so L of 0 is represented 10. Okay, now if I want to replace those values, for example, if I want to replace 0th with 100, okay, will this work? Yes, this will work. Why? Because lists are mutable objects. Everything in Python is our objects. We will discuss this later, but mutable means it can be changeable. That means you can change value on any point of index. Any index, you can replace that value with 100, and when you run this, you will see that, sorry, let me print the list here. You will see that 10 is replaced by 100 now. Okay, so because news objects are mutable, that's why you can replace any value with different values. Okay, so this is one of the property of list. Okay, now let's move forward. Okay, let's move forward. Um, so this is what lists are. Let me apply certain functions on it. So let me call it list functions. Okay, list functions. Now, what are list functions? So list functions are, um, let me use this as, uh, let me use a list here, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, let me use some functions. So functions are similar to print and input and type, these type of functions. Okay, uh, you can perform certain operations on this. For example, if you want to check the length of this list, you can use len. Len is a function that will return the length of how many elements are there. So there are 5 elements, it will return 5. Okay, similar to that, there's sum. So if you pass L, it will print sum of all the elements. So if you run this, it will print 150 at sum of all the values are 150. Now, if the value changes here, okay, this sum will not work. For example, if there's values 10, 20, then there's high, then there is 100, something like that. Okay, so if you want to print the sum of this list, it will not work. It will give you an error because type should be same to perform plus operation. Okay, if integer and string, if you're adding these different type of elements, this will not work. Okay, so it will give you an error. So the condition is you have to use similar values. You can apply on similar values. This sum will be applied on similar values, but length will apply on both. Okay, because it is just counting the elements. Okay, so even if you replace this with high, it will give you 5. Okay, let me replace that again. Okay, let me check max. So max is another function. You can extract maximum value from here, that is 50. So 50 will be printed. And similar to that, if you use minimum value here will be 10. So it will give you 10. So these are certain functions you can use to extract information and whatever you want with this. Okay, all right. So this is the term for list. Okay, now we have one more thing as list methods, but they are similar to functions. So we will use that later in our workshop, and I will explain that there on that particular point. Okay, but we have to consider cover the basics. That's why we are moving to the next topic. Now we have two topics. One is strings and the other one is functions. So we have to cover these two. Okay. Now next topic is strings. Okay. Now strings are, we are already using strings using double quotes. So if I use s is equals to double quotes, and if I write I am the best. Okay, so this is my string, simple string. Let's not use this. Let's use a single word here. Let's use sharing. Okay. If you want to print the value of s, you can print like this. And if you want to check the value of s, or sorry, type of the s, you will see that it is nothing but string. Okay. So this is one thing. Let me copy this again. Printed here. Let me remove this double quote and replace it with single quote. Now, what this single quote will represent? This will represent exactly same as double quote. Okay, so output for both the values are same. Okay, so sharing single quote will also use for representing strings, and double quotes are also used for representing strings. Now, what is the difference between these two? So let me use a simple term here. If I want to print apostrophe s. Okay, like it's okay, like this. So it will be easy and it will print it's simple. But in similar case, if I use this again, but this time I'm starting from single quote and ending from on single quotes. Now the interpreter will confuse that the starting point is here, the ending point is here. Okay, this will consider this as the string and this will give you an error because this is not a proper syntax to write something. So it is giving error on the S part. Okay, so if you want to differentiate between these two, you have to use double quotes and single quotes together. Okay, similar to that, if you want to print something along with double quotes, for example, if I want to print hello, so hello will be printed simple terms, but I want to print double quotes also. Okay, hello should be printed with double quotes. Okay, so I will start the string with single quote, I will end the string with single quote. Okay, so that way interpreter will understand that this is my starting of the string and this is my ending of the string. That means this particular part will be considered as string. So when you run this, you will see that double quotes is the first value in my string. Okay, and double quotes is also the last value of the string. Okay, this is the second value, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, like that. Okay, now we worked on indexes in list. Okay, list is also a collection of different type of element. String is collection of characters. Okay, now do we have, if I write indoor, do we have indexes in string? Yes, we have indexes in string. Okay, we have indexes in string. It will look exactly similar to, okay, so if you want to print the first index, you can use the similar syntax while printing the value. For example, square brackets. If you pass 0, it will print capital I. Okay. If you want to print S of 5, it will give you E. Okay. Got it? So this is how it works. Okay. So negative indexes, last index will be considered as this. If you want to change the value on a certain index, for example, if I want to change the value on the 0th index and change it to capital A. Okay, so what will be the output? This will give you an error. Okay, string objects does not support item assignment. We were doing this in list and it will work fine, but if you work on string, it will not change. That means string objects are immutable. That means unchangeable. You cannot change anything inside a string. Okay. For example, if you want to replace this I with capital A, you cannot do this in this particular object. Okay. You can create another object and add that A to it, but you cannot replace this particular object. That means the S. Okay. So this is how list and strings are different. Okay. Got it? So this is how strings work. Okay. Now let's talk about string functions. Okay. So what are string functions? So let me use a string here that is indoor. If you want to check the length of the string, you can use the len function. Simple. So 6 is the number of characters available. Can you use sum of s? Now I have a question with this. Let me give an example. If I use capital A and if I add that to capital B, okay, So this particular part will work because both the values are of string type, and string type will be added together and it will print A and B. Okay, so AB will be concatenated and it will print a new string that AB. Okay, so both the values are added. Now if I sum this S, what will be the output? Okay, so it will be like indoor again because all these string will be added, but this will give you a different error. Okay, so let me run this. It is giving me int and str. This is the error, and this is your indoor part. Okay, so why this particular part is indoor and int is, why this int is here even if there is no integer in this string? This is my question. Okay, unsupported operand, integers and strings cannot be added, but in our question or our condition we do not have any integer here. Still it is giving me integer and str error. Why? Because when you use sum uses a value 0 as its initial summation. Okay, so it is using 0 and adding the first element to it. Whatever the answer is, it will add the second element to it. Whatever the answer, it will add the third element to it. But in the first condition, it is using internally um, variable as 0 as the summation. And when you add that 0 into this I, it will give you an error. Okay, we'll work on this particular statement in while loops. So for that, we will cover that later in our day 2 part. But I think this is clear because the algorithm written inside sum uses a 0 as the initial summation. That's why whenever you check the sum of it, it is giving me this int and str error because it is adding 0 with the first letter of your string, that is I. So that will not work, obviously. That's why this is giving this error. Okay, got it? So this is my sum part. You can use max of S. Now the question is, what will be the maximum element in this string? Can anybody answer that? Maximum element in this string. Anyone?
5.
5. No. Let me use this again. Yeah. Okay, the value of S is indoor. Now what will be the maximum element between these characters? I, N, D, O, R, E. Okay, so we already know about ASCII values. Okay, so this will compare those ASCII values. So obviously capital values will be less than smaller values. Okay, because the range for capital values is starting from 65 to 90, but the range for small values, small characters, will be 97 to 122. I already mentioned that earlier in the ASCII code part. Okay, so that's why this I will not be the max element. Now you can consider this R will be, I think, the maximum element. Okay, because the ASCII code will be the highest. If I talk about minimum element, so minimum of this S will be obviously this capital letter because the range is between 65 to 90. Okay, so I capital letters will be smaller than capital letters will be smaller than small letters. Okay, so this is what string is all about. Okay, now there are certain other methods available that you can use methods for strings as well. Now let's move to our last topic for today's session. Let's go back here. So we worked on the basic part of strings, what are strings and string list and conditional statements, some of the operators. The last part is functions. Okay. So functions, we already been using functions from the starting first instructions of our, that is print statement. Okay. Print statement. Now, print statement is a function, type is a function, int is a function, all these functions like max, min, sum, length, all these are functions. So functions are basically set of code, and when you call them, they will execute that code and give you an output. Simple. So this is what function is. Function is a box of code that will execute and give you an output. But this time we are going to create our own functions. Okay, we already been using different functions, but this time we are going to use our own function. So if you want to create a function, the basic syntax or keyword we use is def. Def is for definition. Definition for function. You can name this function anything. For example, if I write my function. So my function is the first function. You can name this like this. Always use parentheses. We already know that functions use parentheses. Okay, got it? Now, after that, we are going to use Conan because most of the time we use this particular part to mention that this is the starting point, this is the ending point, like that. I'm going to print something. This is my function. And along with that, I'm going to print one more thing. Nice to meet you all. Okay, so this is my symbol function. This particular part will be considered as definition of function. Okay, so whatever you write like this will be considered as the definition of a function. Name of my function is my function, and this is the code written inside it. The syntax is this. You will always use small brackets here, and Conan will be represented as the starting point of your code. Okay, so this is a simple term. If you run this will not give you an output. Okay, this is executed, but I haven't give you an output. Okay, but it should be printed like this, and everything should be printed. Okay. The best part about functions are you can write your code and store it somewhere in your system. Whenever you need them, just call them. We already did max, min, print, type, sum, length. So these type of functions we already use. We are just calling these functions like this. We're just calling them. Okay. Whenever we call them, they will execute and give you an output. It will give you an output like this. Okay. So the definition of a function like this is already been written inside Python. Whenever you install Python, these functions are already pre-written in your library. Okay. But this time I'm creating my own function in my environment. And if I run this, I will not get any error. I want to call this function here. If I call this function, what will happen? So if I write my function, okay, to call a function, we use small brackets. Okay, this is nothing but calling of a function, calling of a function. Okay, so if I run this, what will happen? It will jump to the definition. Okay, if you run this, what will happen? It will jump to the definition, execute the code written inside it, come back again here. Okay, this is the simple flow of your function. Again, whenever you call a function, it will jump to its definition if it is written here or anywhere in the system. Like this, max and min, the definition for max and min, sum, length, all are represented or written inside your Python library or your C drive where your Python is installed. Okay. But in this case, I already defined the function here. So whenever I call this function, it will jump to the definition, execute the code written inside it, and come back here. This is the simple flow. So if you run this, it will jump to the definition. It will print these two values, these two statements, and come back again here. Okay. So let me run this. You will see this is my function. Nice to meet you all. These are the two statements that are printed here. So this is a simple way to define a function, and this is a way to call a function. Okay. If you do not call a function, this doesn't make sense. You're just creating and storing it somewhere. This will only execute whenever you call that function. Okay. So it is kind of execution on demand. Okay. Whenever you are in demand, demand for this execution only if this code will execute, otherwise this will not. Okay. Now let's move forward and create some other functions. So let me create another function. Let's call it indoor. Okay. I'm using indoor here, and I'm going to print something. For example, if I am printing hello from indoor. Okay, so this is my simple function. Now let me run this. So it will not give you any output. What I'm doing, I'm writing some code. If I write one print, not print, I'm using indoor. I'm using print 2. Okay, I'm calling the function again, and I'm printing 3. Okay, got it. How do we differentiate between statements in the function and next line of code? We are differentiating similar with we use indentation. If I change the indentation and create another function here, so this will be the end of function. Or if I write something outside of the function like this. Okay, so this is how you differentiate using this indentation. Okay, this indentation is representing that this code is for the print function and this particular part is for another function or whatever you're writing after that. If you run this, print statement will print 1. After that, you are getting indoor. Indoor will jump to its definition, execute the code, come back here. Okay, and further code will execute. Okay, the further code will execute and it will print 2. In the next line, indoor is executed again. It will jump to the definition, execute the code, and come back here. Okay, after that, 3 will be printed. So when you run this, 1 hello from indoor, 2 hello from indoor, 3. This is your actual output. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is how a simple function is defined, and you can call this function like this. Okay, now let me use function with an argument. Okay, function with an argument. Let me create a function called add. I'm using an x here, and I'm printing the value x plus 10. Okay, that's it. This is my function. Now I'm using this add and passing a value inside it, that is 5. Okay, now what this x is just a local variable or a normal variable for this particular function. X is a variable for this particular function. Understand this particular function. Nobody knows this x outside of this function. Okay, now if I call this function, I cannot call this function like this. Okay, if I run this, it will give me an error missing one positional required positional argument x. Okay, what this x is a positional argument. Positional argument, that means if you pass 10, it will be stored in the first variable, first argument. If you use another argument with it, the second value will be assigned to second, third value will be third, like that. So that's why the positional argument. We call this positional argument. Okay. if I pass a value, 4 here, okay, so this code will execute. It will jump to its definition. 4 will be assigned to this x. That means internally, statement is looking like this. X is equals to 4. This 4 is assigned to x. Now the code will execute. The value of x is 4. 4 plus 10 is 14. 14 will be printed. So when you run this, you will get 14. Okay, got it? Simple. Now you can pass anything inside it. Okay, so if I pass 20, so 20 will be assigned to x. 20 plus 10 will be 30. So it will print 30. Okay, got it? Okay, got it? Now let's move forward. So this is the part. Let me give you one more thing. Return statement. Okay, now what is return statement? So return statement is your function is returning a value. Okay, you give an input and you execute the code written inside it, and it will give you an output. Okay, so let me use a function here. Let's call this data. Okay, x comma y, two values will be passed to it. Two positional arguments are here. If x is greater than equals to y, okay, I'm going to return certain value. So return is a keyword you use. After that, you generally pass a variable. So I'm passing x here, and I'm using y. Now what this function is all about? This function is you pass two values. It will return the greater value. Okay, so the value of x is 10 and value of y is 5, for example. So 10 is greater than equals to 5, condition true. If the condition is true, it will execute the code written inside it, and the return statement will return the value of x. So value of x is 10, 10 will be returned. Now this 10 will be returned somewhere. Where it will be returned? It will be returned wherever you're calling the function greater. So if I pass 10 comma 5, it will return the value in this particular place. But we are not going to we are going to print that value. So I'm using a print statement. Okay, now understand this, that print statement is outside of this function. Okay, not inside it. Okay, outside of this function. Because of board mass, brackets will be solved first. That means greater will be called first. Okay, so greater will be called, 10 will be assigned to x, 5 will be assigned to y. So this is why we call them positional argument. 10 will be assigned to x, 5 will be assigned to y. Okay, now 10 is greater than equals to 5. 10 is greater than equals to 5. Condition is true. So return statement will return x. The value of x is 10. 10 will be returned to this particular place. Okay, return statement. What return statement will do? It will pick up the flow of your code, execution of the code, and get back to where the function is called. Okay, that means after this statement, the flow of the program will come back here where the function is called with a value of x, that is 10. So 10, it will come back with 10, and because it is come back with 10, it will print the value of 10. So let me run this. It will print 10. Okay, so let me call this function again. If I write greater and pass 3 comma 16, okay, 3 comma 16, 3 will be assigned to x, 16 will be assigned to y. 3 is greater than equals to 16, false. It will jump to the else part and execute return y. So the value of y here is 16. So 16 will be returned where the function is called, that means here. So 16 will come back here, And when you print this particular part, that means the 16, it will give you 16. Okay, so let me give you one more thing with this. We used input function. It is getting a value from user and assigning it to a variable. Okay, assigning it to a variable. So I'm using a is equals to greater and passing 11 comma 3 here, 11 comma 5 here. Okay, now when this particular part will execute, okay, when this greater part will execute, this will jump to the definition. 11 will be stored here, 5 will be stored here. Okay, 11 is greater than 5, condition is true, it will return 11. Okay, it will return where the function is called, that means here. So internally it is nothing but like this. Okay, now if you print the value of a, it will print 11. Okay, so if the function is returning something, you can store that into a variable, or you can just print that directly. Okay, what we are doing here, we are assigning that value to a certain variable and we are printing that variable. Okay, got it? Everything is fine. So this is what functions are. So there are so many, all these topics are very in-depth topics. You can find subtopics of it on YouTube and GitHub, and you will always also find that particular part in the phase 1 of our data science full stack. So the phase 1 is this. So you can find the Python roadmap here. So this is an in-depth roadmap, and you can find topics till strings, all these topics covered on YouTube. So you can check that out. Okay, so these are the in-depth topic you can cover. So in the phase 2, not the phase 2, in the day 2, we are going to cover while loops. We are going to work on different questions and we will build logics. And we are basically working on so many questions. So we'll understand how while loop works. And after that, we are going to work on different questions. So you can solve that with me, or you can solve that later. It depends on you. So it is basically the question and answer part. So we are building logics, and we are going to work further how to build a logic and how to get better in logic building. Okay, so basically these day 2 is this. Okay, now I think everything is clear for now. So if you want to ask any questions, you can ask, or we covered everything for now. Let me check what are the questions. So after completion of workshop, yes, you can just ping me and I will generate a certificate for the workshop. It is not planned to give a certificate for a free workshop, but if you want that, you can just ping me and I will share that, or I will share everything to you, or a simple application so you can generate your own certificate. Okay. Okay, we already covered this. So I think all the questions are, you can ask your questions, okay? Okay, thank you, Naveen. All the sessions will be combined into one recording, and I'm not sharing individual recording. I will share a single video I'm planning on YouTube, but let's see if I combine all of them into single part, and we'll share that on YouTube. Okay. Okay, I will share all the resources link and roadmap link, everything. Yes, I will share all the details. Okay, you will get all the links. I will share. I will create a repo on this particular part. Let me click on this. So I will create a separate repo for the workshop, or I will add that into my machine learning system design generative AI course, or you can. Yes, I will share everything in this particular part. Okay, so I will create the workshop part, and that's it. Okay. Thank you, Alex. Okay, if you want to understand everything in detail, you can go through the video lectures, okay, on YouTube. These are available on, I will share the links, but you can see the Python playlist. 30 videos are there, so you can go on that. Other playlists will be are upcoming. I will upload that. Okay. You can ask your questions, or the session is over, you can leave, no issue. Okay, so I'm creating a clone here, git clone. Okay, so now this folder is available here. I'm just, let me save this part, close this part. Okay, so what I'm doing is I already created the library for this. Let me create a folder here. Let's call it um, Python crash course workshop. Okay, Python crash course workshop. Okay, and whatever I wrote inside this. So we already need three things now. So let me remove this particular part, and I'm going to use that file in the Python crash course directly. Okay, so that will be easy for you. Okay, so in my machine learning journey, the first part was the Python crash course, and inside that, this is our first file, then will be second and third. Three files will be available for the 3-day workshop, and that's it. Okay, let me delete this part, so I'm not using this. Okay, so machine learning, MLOps, generative AI. Let me move this. I'm opening git bash, git add dot, git commit -m, git commit -m, Python workshop day 1, basics, basics. After that, we worked on operators, conditional statements, then we worked on lists, strings, functions. Okay, git push. Okay, so everything will be on this repo. So let me refresh this. You will see the folder here. This is my folder, Python crash course workshop. So you can click on this particular file and you will see the whole file that we worked on today is appeared here with all the code. Okay, video will be shared soon on 7th, I guess, or on the weekend. Okay, so that's it. That's it. Okay, GitHub link will be shared API if possible, yes, API building will be covered in our part on the third day. Okay, so once we build logics, we will move to the um, modules and packages, and we are going to use VS Code for that. Okay. GitHub link will be shared. Okay. Yes, we are using Flask for that on the day 3. Okay, I'm stopping the recording. I think all the questions are done. Let's move to the day 2 tomorrow. Okay. In previous session, we worked on some of the topics. Let's check them first. So this was our day 1. Okay. So we worked on all these topics. Okay. Now we have to work on our second topic or the day 2, that is while loop, logic building, and practice questions. Okay. So this one. Now in previous session, what I did, I created a new repo on GitHub, and I put the code inside it. So this is my Python crash code workshop. Inside that, this is my first file, and I'm going to create another file here. So this is the day 2 of our session. Okay, let me name this. Okay, so these are the topics that we are going to cover. So today is Wednesday, but today is the previous session. Okay, yesterday's session. Okay, now so I created this repository and I put all the code inside it. So you can find here. Okay, now we are going to work on while loops. Okay, now while loops are the most important topic in programming. Okay, in any language, not in Python, in any language. Okay, because these are the topics by which you can apply your logic or create your algorithm. Okay, or write everything in code format. Now let's start with while loop. Now, what is while loop? While loop is something if you want to execute any type of code multiple times. That's where you use while loop. For example, if I want to print my name, I'm going to use print statement and I'm going to print my name easily. Okay. Now, if I run this, it will print this. Now, if I want to print my name twice, I can use print statement twice. Okay. But if I tell you that I want to print my name 10 times, so you can use print 10 times. Okay. It's not big deal. But if I tell you that do the exact same thing 1,000 times, now that's an issue. Because as a developer, I'm not going to write the code multiple times. Okay. I don't want to write the same code 1,000 times. It doesn't make sense. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to use loops. The loops will help us execute a similar type of code multiple times. Okay. So if I want to print my name 1,000 times, I can use loop. and I don't need to write the code again and again. I'm going to write a simple logic here. Okay, now what I wanted to print my name 10 times, but I'm going to use print statement only once. Okay, now um, I'm going to use a while here. So this is a simple syntax of while. It is similar to conditional statements. The syntax will be same in all the logics you are using. So you use if statement and you gave a condition and then you use a colon. In similar way, we are going to use while, then we give a condition and then we use a colon. Okay. Now, what this condition is about, this condition, it will help us execute the code multiple times. What I mean, so let me use a variable here. For example, it's I, and I'm giving a simple condition. If I is less than 10, execute this particular part. As you can see, there's an indentation here. Indentation is similar to the if statement we used earlier. Okay, so you can put everything inside it. Okay, so you can this particular statement is part of while loop. Okay, because we are not using curly brackets for opening and closing the box of while loop, but we are using indentation in Python. Okay, so that's why this particular statement is part of while loop. Okay, I gave a condition similar to if and else statement, not else, only if statement. Okay, in if statement, if the condition is true, it will execute the code inside it. In the similar way, in while loop, if the condition is true, it will execute this code. Okay, now let me use or declare I here. Okay, so let me use this. I is equals to 0. Okay, or you can start with 1 and let me change this to less than equals to. That will be fine. Okay, so the value of I is 1. It will check 1 is less than equals to 10. 1 is less than equals to 10. True. Okay, this statement will be true. If this statement will be true, it will execute the code. Now, what will happen in while loops? Why we call it a loop? Because once this code is executed, that is written inside this while box, it will rotate the execution and come back here. Okay, it will continuously do this. Execute the code, come back here. It will rotate and come back here and check the condition again. Okay, this time the value of I is again 1. 1 is less than equals to 10. Condition true. This condition is true. It will come here and execute the code. Okay, and it will do this continuously until this condition is false. Okay, now how we are going to stop here? Because if you talk about a machine, it will continue to do a certain task if you give it until you say that stop. Okay, until you say stop. So that's what a machine is. So this particular loop will continuously execute, but we want to stop at certain point where what that point is. You have to execute this code 10 times only. Okay, now let me increment this value of I. So I'm using I plus equals to 1. We already know about this, what I plus equals to 1 means. Okay, so we use this. Just a second. It means I is equals to I plus 1. Okay, so the value of I is 1, for example. 1 plus 1 will be 2. 2 will be assigned to I. So new value of I will be 2. Okay, so it will just increment that value by 1. Okay, so initially the value of I is 1.
1 is less than equals to 10, condition true. The condition is true, it will print the name. And the next line, both of the instructions are part of while loop. As you can see, there is an indentation in front of them. Okay, so it will print my name, the value of I will increment, and it will become 2. Okay, this loop will rotate from here and come back here, okay, to check the condition. But this time the value of I is 2. 2 is less than equals to 10, condition is true. It will execute the code, it will increment the value, I will become 3. Okay, loop will rotate, come back here and check the condition. 3 is less than equals to 10, yes, true. It will execute the code, that means print my name and increment the value of I. Okay, I will become 4 and so on. So this is how it works. Okay, at one point of time, the value of I here will become 10. Okay, in this point it will become 10. The loop will rotate. 10 is less than equals to 10, yes, either less than or equals to. Okay, what this relation operator mean, that it is just showing the relation between them and or just comparing these values. Okay, so 10 is less than equals to 10, yes, it is equals to 10 is equals to 10. It will print the code and the value of I will become 11. Okay, this will rotate. 11 is less than equals to 10, false. This condition will be false. So in one point of time, the condition will be false and it will not execute the code written inside it. It will come back outside of it. It can be here. Okay, if you write something here, it will be executed. Otherwise, your program is completed. Okay, so let me run this first. You can see that my name is printed 10 times. Okay, got it? So this is how while loop works. Okay, now let's move forward and write a similar code, but this time I don't want to print the value or print my name. Okay, I want to check the value what this I is going through. Okay, so let's move forward. I'm using the same code, but this time I'm not using this my name. Okay, but instead I'm using this I. Okay, to check in different different iterations what will be the value of I. Now I've used the word iteration here. Now what does iteration means? Iteration means that once your while loop is executed, any type of loop, okay, if the loop is executed once, it will be considered as one iterations. Okay, one iteration. Okay, if the while loop executed 10 times, it will be 10 iterations. Okay, so here there are 10 iterations. So in the first iteration, the value of I is 1. 1 is less than equals to 10. It will print the value of I, that is 1. Okay, in the next line, it will become 2. The loop will rotate. 2 is less than equals to 10. Condition true. It will print 2. Okay, so in each iteration, it will print the value of I, and in each iteration, the value of I is changing. So from 1 to it will be from 1 to it will be 10. Okay, so let me run this. So you can see the series here. Okay, now we already know that print statement will print the value and change the line automatically. Okay, so there is a \n in print. Okay, so whenever you are working on this, it will print the value of I and it will change the line. The cursor will be on the next line. Okay, cursor will be on the next line. Correct? Now, let's move forward. So this is a simple series. Okay. Now, let's work on some questions or series of questions. Okay, so print the following series. Okay, now we already know that how to print this particular part from 1 to 10. Okay, it's a series. Okay, now we have to print the same series but in this format, in horizontal format, not a vertical format. Okay, okay, so we have to print the series and you have to write the code for that. Okay, so if you are working in the parallel, you can share your code here. Okay, you can share your code. Otherwise, let me solve this. Now, this is my series. Okay, we have to understand one thing, that print statement will execute the code and this statement will print the value and change the line. I don't want it to change the line. Okay, so before that, let me understand few points. If I use print and if I add hello and the next line I'm using print statement everyone. Okay, hello everyone. So if I run this, you will see that print statement change the line, and that's why after printing hello, it will change the line, and after printing everyone, it will again change the line. Okay, why this is happening? Because in print statement, there is a default argument. Okay, so we worked on functions yesterday, and in functions, we use pass parameters. So you can see that print is also a function, and you are passing a parameter inside it like this. Okay, so there is an argument here, we call that default argument. Okay, now what are default arguments? That comes with a default value. Okay, you use this multiple times in machine learning. Okay, or any type of algorithm you use from scikit-learn or numpy or any of the algorithm. Okay, or any of the framework or library, you use this, you use the name of the function or algorithm and you pass the parameters. Okay, so hello is also a parameter, it's a positional parameter, positional argument. Okay, now I'm using a default argument here. Default argument, name of the default argument is and. Okay, so I'm assigning a certain value. So default value of this and is /n. Okay, we already know about /n. It will change the line. Okay, so whatever the value is, it will change the line. Correct. So if I run this again, you will see that there is no change in the output because this is the default value of this and. Okay, what this and is doing, and is adding this string with this particular string. So with hello, it will look like this. You can see that the total string that is printing here is this. Okay. Okay, got it. So because of this /n, it will change the line. Okay, I will do the same thing, but this time I'm not passing here a /n. Okay, what I'm doing, I'm passing a space here. Okay, so if I pass a space, space will be added with hello. Hello space, and because there is no /n, it will not change the line, and you will see the output like this. Hello and space. Okay, then the further code will execute and print everyone. Okay, let's change it. Let's change this and 2 plus. You can write anything because it's a string. Okay, you can write anything. If I write plus, you will see that hello plus everyone will be here. Okay, hello plus everyone will be here. Okay, so let me change this and to nothing. So you can see that there is no space here. I'm not giving it space like earlier. There is no space. What we call this? We call this empty string. Okay, what we call this? We call this empty string. Now, what this empty string means? Empty string is nothing, but we use this concept to declare a particular type of object. Okay, so what this means? This means that um, this S is a object of string class. Okay, an object of string class. Okay, so if you run this, you will see that it's a string. So if you want to work or um, if you want to create an object of string class, you can do this. If you don't want to assign any value to it, okay, so we can use empty string. Or you can see that between each character there is an empty string. Obviously there is no space. Okay, between H and E there is no space. Okay, so it will consider as empty string. Okay, so this is what we are doing. If you run this, you will see that hello and everyone will be printed together. Okay, hello and everyone will be printed together. So okay, now we are doing the same thing. We are doing the same thing in this. So let me use this. Just a second. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Okay. So I'm writing the code again. So the value of I is 1. Okay. I'm using a while loop, and the condition will be less than equals to 10 because I want to print 10 values. Okay. I'm going to print this I plus equals to 1. Okay. So code will be same. This will print the series in vertical format. I don't want to change the line, so I'm going to use a default argument, that is n. So default value of this and is /n. Okay, and the default value will be default value is /n, and I'm replacing it with a space. Or let me write 2 spaces. You can write 2 spaces or single space, it's on you. Okay, let me run this. You will see that the series is printed in horizontal format. Okay, got it. Okay, now let's move forward. Let me write some more series here so you can solve that. So I will give you 1 minute to solve this. Okay, let me write those series. real life example, we use this is for developer first of all. The while loop is for developer, and if you are doing something on repeat, for example, if you see the call logs in your phone, okay, you will see that there is a certain design for it. Okay, there is a certain design for it. For example, let's go on my profile, and when I click on repository, you can see that there is a simple design for this particular section. Okay, you can call this a division or whatever. This is a particular section, and it is worked on. They worked on React here, but you can see there is a design here. There's a blue with the heading, and it is representing something, the technology, how many stars is there or updated. There's a green line showing the stats for this. Okay, now this particular section, the design is repeating multiple times. There are different values. You can consider that as the value of those variables. Okay, the heading variable, the public variable, the technology variable, the star variable. Okay, but all of them are repeating itself. Okay, this is nothing but a loop. Okay, because we are not going to design for how many times. I am creating 71 repositories. So code is not written 71 times. It is written only one time. Okay, and every time somebody coming here and update their part, so how many repositories are stored in the database, it will just come here and the design will repeat itself and replace the values with the value in the database. So there are 71 total repositories, so it will repeat itself 71 times. So you can see there is a pattern of values. There is a pattern. There's a heading, there's a description, technology, stars, and so on. Okay, so there. Okay, got it. So this is what the real life example look like. Now, okay, so this is my question, and let me change it to okay, so this is my question, and this is my second question. Okay, so solve this particular part first. Okay, so I'm giving you 1 minute, so you can solve this, or once this is solved, you can move on to the second question. Okay, I'm giving you 1 minute. Yes, if somebody want to ask, yes, please ask. Correct. This is also correct. Okay, so let me solve this. So I'm using the same logic here. But if you can see the code, the output here, If I want to print this, the output is, this is my first value. The second value is the square of the previous series. Okay, so it's a square of 2, it's a square of 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Okay, so what we want to print these squares in simple terms. Okay, now I will not change anything here. I will only change what a square is look like. Square is multiplying the number with itself. Okay, so if I multiply it by I, you can see that 1 multiplied by 1 will be 1. Now understand this. If I print the value, okay, so if the value of I is 1, for example, and if I print the value I plus 2, and I will print the value of I again. So you can see that this statement will add the value with 1. 1 plus 2 will be 3. 3 will be printed, but the value of I is still 1. Okay, there is no change in the value of I. Okay, because we added the number, we created a new number, and we are just printing that number. That means the 3 will be printed here. Okay, we are not assigning it back to I. Okay, so when you run this, you will see that 3 is printed, addition is printed, but the value of I is still 1. Okay, we haven't assigned any value in the value of I. Okay, got it? So now, so what we did, I is equals to 1, condition is true. Okay, I multiplied by I will be 1. It will print 1 and give 2 spaces. Okay, 1 and 2 spaces. 1 and 2 spaces. Okay, in the next line, the value of I will become 2. Okay, it will rotate. 2 is less than equals to 0, less than equals to 10, condition true. 2 multiplied by 2 will be 4. Okay, so 4 will be printed along with 2 spaces. Okay, correct? So this is how it works. So it will multiply that value with itself and print its square. So when you run this, you will see this output. Okay, got it? Okay, so this is how it works. Now let's move to the next question. That is this. So we have to print this series. In this series, we are using a plus here. So we already know that after printing the value of I, we have to add a plus to it. So we can add a plus to this AND. Let me remove this part and just add a plus here. Simple. Okay, but there's an issue with this code. So let me run this first, then we will understand. Okay, so if I run this, you will see that everything is fine, but it is printing a plus along with 10 also, but there's no plus here. So that's a drawback. Okay, so how we are going to solve this drawback? So for that case, what we can do, we can use a condition here. Okay, so condition is if I is less than 10. So for 9 conditions, I can print 1 plus, 2 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus like this till 9 plus. Okay, so I'm giving a condition that if the value of I is less than 10, that means 9. Okay, till 9, this will print the value of I and along with a plus. Okay, but once this condition is false, so for example, the value of I become 10. 10 is less than equals to 10, condition true. 10 is less than 10, false. This will be false, and in that case, my else part should execute. And in that case, I'm just printing the value of I. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just printing the value of I. In that case, it will print 10, and there is no plus there. Okay, so if you run this will be your output. Okay. Got it? Okay, so this is how it works.
Hi, Manshu, can you explain once more why we should use else here?
Yes, so in our series, what we wanted to print this plus, but if you write this logic, we will see that there's a extra plus here. So I don't want the plus in the 10th condition. Okay, so for that, what we did, we applied the condition if all the values are less than 10. In that case, in all those cases, we want a plus. But in the 10th case, we don't want a plus. Okay, so in this particular condition will be true for 9 times. On the 10th time, the value of I is 10. 10 is less than 10. This condition will be false. If this will be false, it will jump to the else part and print the value of I. Okay, this time we are not adding a plus here. Okay, so that's why we wrote the logic for it.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so now okay, so this is what series of questions look like. Okay, so there are so many questions, but these will be fine for us. Okay, let's move forward with some other questions, and these questions will be, you can say that logical questions. So the actual programming starts from the while loop in any programming language. Okay, so actual programming means where you apply logic. Okay, you create your logic and think of the solution and then move forward. Okay, so the very first question is, write a program to get a number from user and print reverse of it. Okay, so this is my question. So write a program to get a number from user. So we want to get a number from user. So we are going to use input function. Okay, and print the reverse of it. So whatever the number user entered, it should print the reverse of that number. Okay, so how we are going to do this? Let's take an example. The example is 153. Okay, for example, a user entered 153. Now the output should be 351. The reverse of 153 is 351. Okay, got it? So this is how it works. Now let's think about the solution. So what I'm telling you, what I'm explaining it to you, that how to think of a logic or how to think of a solution. Okay, let's solve this problem without programming. Okay, that's what algorithm is. So algorithm is basically you are writing something or thinking of the solution, not exactly in terms of programming, but you are considering programming concept in back of your mind and thinking of the solution in a simple terms, that or you're just breaking it down. Okay, now if I want to get the reverse of 153, what I want 3 first. Okay, so I want the last digit of this number, and we are going to use that digit here. Okay, so let's focus on that first. So I have 153. this is my number. Is there any way so that a mathematical way, okay? Is there any mathematical way so that I can extract the last digit from this number? Anyone?
Yeah, we can divide it by 10 and take that remainder.
Okay, correct. We can divide it by 10 and it will be 150, 15 times 150, and 3 will be the remainder. Okay, for reminder in programming now, we think the solution in mathematical format that we are going to divide this. But if we want the remainder in programming, we use modulo. Okay, so when you take the modulo of 153 by 10, you will get an output and it will just divide the value and give the remainder. Remainder will be 3. So you got the number 3. Okay. Now the second step is to extract 5. We got the 3. Now we want 5. Okay. Now if you want 5, what we can do? Is there any way to extract 5?
From 153 subtract such that you get only 15 and then divide by 10.
Okay. Okay. So we know that if I made this 15, so I can extract the last digit. Okay. By this particular logic, just by dividing by 10. Okay. So let's make 153 15. Okay. So how can we do that? So 153, if I divide it by 10, it will become 15.3. But we know one more thing, that the floor division. So if I take the floor of it, floor by 10, you will get 15. Okay. Simple. So 153, whatever the number is, you are taking the floor by 10, so it will divide it by division, it will become 15.3, but the floor division only use the input value, integer value, not the decimal value. So it will remove the decimal part, that is 0.3, and give you the output 15. Now if you have 15, you can apply the same logic again. Okay, so now I have 15. Okay, now if you take the modulo by 10, you will get 5. Okay, so remainder will be 5. Okay, so now second element is here. Now if I change this 15 to 1, I can get 1 again. Okay, so this time when you divide it by 10, it will become 1.5, but this time it will only store 1. Okay, 0.5 will be removed because it's a floor division. Okay, in a similar way, I'm doing the same thing. This time you have 1. If you take the modulus by 10, you will get 1 again. Okay, if you divide any number that is bigger than the number you are dividing, it will give the exact same output to you. Okay, exact same reminder to you. Okay, 1 floor 10. Okay, this will become 0.1, and 0.1 it will only store integer numbers. 0.1 will be removed, so this is your 0. So we started from 153 and we ended up at 0. We make the number 0. Okay, and you can see there's a pattern in it. These two logics are, we are applying these two logic multiple times. Okay, so we started from 153 and we added it here. Okay, now consider these concepts as mathematical expressions, and if I want to write something, I can write like this. So sorry, A modulus B is equals to C. Okay, you can replace these numbers by variables. Okay, simple. So using this logic, this is a mathematical expression. Okay, using this logic, we are going to write the expression that are part of programming, not of mathematics, but in programming. Okay, got it? So this is how we write the logic, and we are converting this logic into programming. Okay, now think about it. We got the number. Let's say the number is n. Okay, we are taking the modulus by 10. Okay, so number is anything because we took the example as 153. Okay, we extracted 3, then 5, then 1. So we can print all of those 3, 5, 1. So reverse will be printed. We got the number 153 and we are dividing it or taking the modulus by 10. Okay, once we do that, you will see that we extract the number, last digit. Okay, what we want to do, we want to store that into a variable. Okay, so in programming, we write like this. Okay, so write byte will be executed first. The output will be assigned to the left path. Okay, or in this variable. Okay, now sorry, not print. Now we wrote the first expression. Okay, we got the number. What we want, we want that number to be divided or flow divided by 10. Okay, so we have n, flow divided by 10. Okay, now the output should be stored somewhere. Okay, now think about this, my first two logic. Okay, this particular part is you flow divide by 10 and it will give you 15. Now this 15 is used again as modulo by 10. Okay, this 15 is used again. Okay, so what we are doing, we are storing this number again in n. Why? Because if I wrote these two logic, this will rotate. Okay, if I wrote this two logic, we are executing these two logic multiple times. You can see that we are doing this multiple times. Okay, so once the loop will rotate, this n should be 15. Okay, so that time it will extract 5 in this hour. Okay, so these are the two expression I wrote. Now put this inside a loop. So I'm using while loop and we are going to give a condition here. Before that, let me write this. Okay, now I want to give a condition here. Okay, so the condition should be, we started from the number 153 and we ended at 0. Okay, in the pursuit of getting individual digits, we started from 153 and we ended at 0. Okay, got it? Now we can write a condition here. If this value of n is greater than 0, then only execute this rule. If this is 0 less than 0, the condition should be false. Okay, so we started from 153, ended at 0. 0 should be the ending point of my logic. Okay, let's use this n as n is equals to enter a number. Enter a number. Okay, now once you extract the number from or extract the last digit, what we want to print this digit. So 3 will be printed, then 5 will be printed, then 1 will be printed. Okay, so after this particular part, let's use a print statement and print this r here. Okay, I don't want to print them in individual line. Okay, that's why I'm using an and here. Okay, so this and is with empty string. Don't want to change the line. That's why I'm writing this. Okay, so that's it. This is pretty much my logic. Okay, now let's run this. If I run this, let's pass 153 here. So what will happen? The value of n is 153. 153 is greater than 0. Condition true. 153 modulus 10 will be 3. 3 will be assigned to R and 3 will be printed here. Okay, without any line change or something. Okay, in the next line, 153 model floor division 10. It will be 15.3, but it will store 15 only. 15 will be assigned to 1. Loop will rotate. 15 is greater than 0. Condition is true. 15 modulus 10 will be 5. 5 will be assigned to R, and along after 3, 5 will be printed. Okay, so if you press enter, you will see that 351 is printed here. Okay, got it? Okay, so this is our logic. We think thought about the logic first, and then we write our code. Okay, anyone have any doubts in this particular logic? Okay, let's move forward. So now we have another question. Write a program to enter a number from user and print sum of its individual digits. Okay, sum of its individual digits. So now what this means? This means that if the number is 153, the output should be 9. 1 plus 5 plus 3, that will be 9. Okay, now how we are going to solve this? Okay, the output should be 9. How we are going to solve this? Now think about the logic. We have to extract individual digit, that we know already, and how to extract it. Now in each iteration, we are going to add that value. Add that value into a variable. Okay, this logic is similar to the logic written in sum function. So we used sum function yesterday. Okay, so that function will add all the values inside a list. Okay, so we are going to use that. Now this in this logic, we are going to use a variable s. Okay, this s should start with 0. Okay, in mathematics you cannot add multiple values at a time. You can only add 2 values at a time. Okay, so 1 plus 5 will be 6, 6 plus 3 will be 9. Okay, like that. So in the similar way, what we do in a league match, league football match or league cricket match, 2 teams play at a time, not multiple teams. Only 2 teams play at a time. Okay. Okay, 2 teams play at a time. So we are going to use the same thing. So we are starting with 0 here. Okay, let's consider a variable s, which is the value of s is 0 initially. Okay, what we are going to do, we are going to add individual digits. So we already know how to extract individual digits. So 3 will be extracted first. So we are going to add this with 0. Okay, we are going to add this with 0. Once you add this with 0, the output should be stored in somewhere. Okay, the output should be stored somewhere. So I'm storing it again in S. Okay, so I'm storing it again in S. So S is 0. I'm adding a 3 to it and storing that inside S. Okay, so S was started from 0. 0 plus 3 will be 3, and 3 will be stored in S. Okay, now what we want the next number. Now if you use the similar logic, you will get 5. Okay, you will get 5, and this time we are adding a 5 here. The value of S is 3. 3 plus 5 will be 8, and 8 will be stored here. Okay, and the next time we are going to use a 1 here, because last digit will be 1, and 8 plus 1 will be 9. So it will be stored in S, and we're going to print the value of S. Okay, got it? So this is the simple logic. You can add 2 values at a time, not multiple values. Okay, 2 values at a time. Now let's write the logic. And is equals to this. Enter and above. Okay, while loop n is greater than 0, r modulus 10, sorry, n modulus 10 will be stored in r. Okay, n is equals to n floor 10. Okay, so this is my simple logic of extracting individual digit. But this time I don't want to print the value, or I want to store that summation in something. So I'm using a variable s and assigning 0 to it. Okay, assigning 0 to it. Okay, so what do you want? You want to add this. Let me add the value of r to it. Okay, so you extracted the first digit, that is 3. 3 will be added to 0. It will be 3, and you are going to store that into a variable. And I'm using s again because when you rotate the code, or in the next iteration, we are going to use the same value and should be added to the next value. Let me write this here. Initially the value of s is 0. Okay, now let's understand this. The value of n is 153, for example. Condition is true. 153 modulus 10 will be 3. 3 will be assigned to r. 0 plus 3 will be 3. 3 will be assigned to s. So initially the value of s is 3. Now after executing this statement, it will become 3. In the next line, the value of n is 153 floor 10. It will be 15. 15 will be assigned to n. This will rotate. 15 is greater than 0. Condition is true. 15 modulus 10. It will be 5. 5 will be assigned to r. The value of s is 3. The value of r is 5. It will be 8. 8 will be assigned to s. So the new value of s will be 8. In the next line, it will become 1.5. And it will store 1 only. This will rotate. 1 is greater than 0. Condition is true. 1 modulus 10 will be 1. 1 will be assigned to r. The value of r is 1. The value of s is 8. 8 plus 1 will be 9. 9 will be assigned to s. So the new value of s will be 9. In the next line, it will become 0.1, that will be 0. This will rotate 0 is greater than 0, condition false. So condition is false, and after completing this while loop, you can print the value of sum. So I'm just printing S. Okay, got it? Let me run this. The value is 153. It will print the sum. You can enter any other value, 122, 5. Okay, 31. Okay, got it? Okay, so this is how the logic work. Okay, got it? So this is how it works. So let's move forward and solve other questions. Okay, so before moving forward, let's cover two more topics, that is break statement. We have two topics. One is break statement, the other one is continue statement. Okay, so break statement will work. How this break statement will work? Break is used to stop the while loop. So we already know that while loop will execute until this condition is false. But if you want to stop that between those conditions, before that condition is false, so you can do that using break statement. Okay, so let me use an example. So the value of I is 1. If the value is this, just a second. Okay, so we can use a break statement. Sorry for that. Okay, now while loop, break statement. Okay, so let me write less than equals to 10. If I is equals to 5, then only print the value I. Break. Print the value of I. I plus equals to 1. Okay. Now, how this statement will work? The value of I is 1. 1 is less than equals to 10. Condition 2. Okay. 1 is equals to 5. Condition is false. If the condition is false, this if statement will not work. Okay. What we are doing here, we are stopping this loop in this particular condition. When the value of I become 1, it will print high and it will stop the loop. Okay. Okay. So in that case, the value of I is 1. This condition is false. So it will not execute the if statement. It will execute this part and print the value of I, that is 1. The next line, the I will become 2. So this condition is again false. It will print 2, then 3, then 4. And the fifth condition, the value of I is 5. This will rotate, condition is true. 5 is equals to 5? Yes. So it will print high. And after that, we are saying that there is a break statement. If this part executes, it will stop the execution of while loop. It will stop the execution of while loop, not the program, while loop. Okay. If there is code written outside of while loop, it will execute that. But if the break statement is executed, it will stop the while loop. Okay. Got it? Now, yes. Okay. It will execute the, it will stop the while loop. Okay. Now, if I run this, you will see that 1, 2, 3, 4 is printed. Or in the fifth condition, the high is printed, and after break statement, the loop stops. Okay, got it? Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, now next part is continue statement. Okay, break statement is used to stop the loop in a particular condition. For example, we are searching something, and if we got the value, we are not going to execute or search further. We are going to stop the loop. Okay, so this is one example. And continue statement is kind of opposite of break statement. And generally we use continue to skip certain values. Okay, generally. Now, I is equals to 0. While I is less than equals to 10. I'm incrementing the value in the first statement of while. Okay, if the value of I modulus 2 is equals to 0. Okay, so what I'm doing here, I want to skip all the values that are even values. Okay, between 1, 0 to 10. All the even values should be skipped. All the odd values should be printed. Okay, so in this condition, if you divide any number by 2, it will either give you 0 or 1. Okay, these are the two reminder it will give you. Okay, if the value is 0, okay, that means that number is an even number. If that number is an even number, I'm using continue. Okay, that's it. Now what this continue is, continue will rotate the loop from here. It will not execute further code. It will rotate the loop from here. Okay, so I'm using an else here, and let's print the value I. If the value is an even number, that means this condition is true. And if this condition is true, continue will execute and will rotate the loop from here. It will not go further. Okay, got it? So let's suppose the value is 0. 0 is less than 10. In the first statement, we are incrementing the value. Why we are doing this? Because after continue statement, it will not execute further part. So we are not going to increment that value. It will be an infinite loop. Okay, that's why we are incrementing the value first. Then we are using the continue part. Okay. Now, it will be 1. 1 modulus 2 will be 1. 1 is equals to 1. Sorry, 1 equals to 0, false. This condition is false. It will jump to the else part, print 1. Okay, the loop will rotate. The value of I is 1. 1 is less than equals to 10, condition true. 1 plus 1 will be 2. 2 modulus 2 will be 0. 0 equals to 0, yes, condition is true. it will execute the continue statement. Continue statement will rotate from here. So 2 is less than equals to 10, true. 2 plus 1 will be 3. 3 modulus 2 will be 1. 1 is equals to 0, false. So it will jump to the else part, print 3. Okay, got it? So it is kind of skipping all the even values. Okay, so you can see that it will print the value 1 first, then 3, 5, 7, 9, and it will also print 11. Why? Because consider that the value of I is 10. 10 is equals to 10, condition true, and in this line it will become 11. Okay, after checking the condition it will become 11. So 11 modulus 2 will be 1. 1 is equals to 1, 4. 1 is equals to 0, false. It will jump to the else part and print the value of I, that is 11. Okay, the loop will rotate. 11 is less than equals to 10, false. Okay, got it? So it will start from 1 and print till 11. So all the odd values are printed here.
Sir, I've got a doubt. So if you want to print only from only the numbers between 0 to 10, so I don't want 11. So what can we do?
You don't want to print 11?
Yeah, I want the between numbers between 0 to 10 only, like 0 to 10 or 0 to 100.
You don't want to print 10. Just change it to 9.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, now reverse of a number again. Okay, we have to execute or write the code for reverse of a number again. Why? Because in our previous logic of extracting reverse number, that is this, there is a drawback. Can anybody tell me what is the drawback? We are giving it a number, and then it is printing the reverse of it. So what is the drawback? Negative numbers, no. For negative numbers, you are just reversing the actual number and putting a negative sign in the end. So no. There is an issue with this positive number also. Now see, what we did, we took that number, we extracted the individual digit, and we printed that individual digit. So it is not 351, it is 351. These are individual digits. And if somebody wants to give you a logic that apply this, extract the reverse of any number and multiply it by a certain number, multiply it by 2. In that case, it will not work because what we did, we printed the individual digits. It is looking like a reverse number, but is not actually a whole number. Okay, got it? Got it? So that's why this is the actual issue with this logic. So we have to write the logic again, but this time we don't want to print that logic. We have to create a whole number. Whole number, that means 351. The number we gave to the algorithm is 153. So output should be 351, not 351. Okay. Let's write the logic again. Okay. This time I'm not going to print those values. Let me remove this code. Okay. In this case, what we are doing, we are using a concept, not a concept, in a simple mathematical part, that is, if you divide a number in mathematics, if you want to get the number again, just multiply the number with the answer. Okay, that's what we do. Multiplication is opposite of division. Addition is opposite of subtraction. Log is opposite of exponents, and so on. Okay, so we have opposite of everything. Okay, so we have opposite of everything, so we are going to do that. I'm going to use the same logic we use for summation, that is as equals to 0. Okay, now what we are doing, we are making a whole number here. Whole number can only be created by addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Okay, other than that, those are just characters. Okay, so if you want to create a number, you need multiplication, and in this case we also need a addition. Okay, so what we are doing, we have this as, we are going to add this r to it for individual digits, sum of individual digits. This is the logic for sum of individual digits. But we want to create the whole number, and because we divided that number, the opposite of that will be multiplication. So what I'm doing, I'm multiplying it by 10. We divided the number by 10. Now we are multiplying it by 10 so that we can create the whole number. And the whole logic should be assigned to a variable. We are using s again. Okay, got it? Okay, so this is my logic. Now think about this. N is 153, for example. 153 is greater than 0. It will extract 3 from it, assign to r. The value of r is 3. The value of s is 0. 0 multiplied by 10. Because of board mass, multiplication will work first. Or if you want to execute this part first, just put a bracket here. Okay, so brackets comes with the first priority. Okay, but because of board mass, multiplication will work first. So 0 multiplied by 10 will be 0. 0 plus r will be 3. Okay, so the value of r is 3. So 0 plus 3 will be 3. So the new value of s is 3. Okay, in the next step, the value of n is 15. Okay, 153 floor 10 will be 15. This will rotate. 15 is greater than 0. Condition true. 15 modulus 10 will be 5. 5 will be assigned to r. So the value of r is 5. The value of s is 3. 3 multiplied by 10 will be 30. 30 plus 5 will be 35. 35 will be assigned to s. In the next line, 15 will become 1. This will rotate. Condition is true. 1 is greater than 0. 1 modulus 10 will be 1. 1 will be assigned to r. The value of r is 1. The value of s is 35. 35 multiplied by 10 will be 350. 350 plus 1 will be 351. 351 will be assigned to s. Okay. In the next line, it will become 0. The condition will be false. Now, after the code, after the while loop, what we can print the reverse. Reverse is equals to yes. Okay. Now, if you want to apply certain operation, if you multiply it by 2, okay, now it will work, because 351 multiplied by 2 will become 702. But in the previous case, because they were 351, you cannot multiply them by 2. Okay, so when you run this, 153, reverse is 351, and multiplication will also work on that. Okay, got it? So previous one kind of a static logic, and this is the dynamic logic. Okay, this is working on proper other logics as well. Okay, got it? You get this code. If you have any doubts, you can ask. Okay, got it? Yes, I can explain it again. So why we are doing this? Because in the previous logic, what we were doing, we were extracting individual digits and we are just printing those numbers that we printed 3 first, then 5, then 1. So this is not a whole number. You cannot apply this or use this or store it somewhere. Okay. So because this was not a whole number, this is not a good logic. Because in your interview or any exam, if the logic changes that you have to reverse a number and multiply it by 2. Okay. So you will not be able to work through this particular logic. So we write the logic again, but this time what we did, we multiply the solution by 10. Okay, because we have to keep in mind that we have to make it a reverse number, not the exact same number again, but we want to create a reverse number. So that's why we use the logic for summation. And here in this logic, we are creating a whole number like this, 351. Okay, so you already know the steps. It will extract individual digits and multiply it by 10. Okay, so that way you will get 351. Okay, now 351, when you get 351, this will be your reverse, and if you apply any type of operation on it, it will also work. Okay, got it? Because of this particular logic, we are going to solve multiple logical questions. Okay, so this is the basic reason to solve this, and we use multiply by 10 because we are dividing the number by 10, and that's why we are multiplying it by 10 again, so that we can create the number again. Okay, okay, now is it clear now? Okay, let's move forward. Based on this logic, we are going to work on some other questions. So write a program to enter a number from user and check if it is palindrome or not. Okay, so this is my question. We want to check if the number is palindrome or not. Now, what numbers are palindrome numbers? So 153 is not a palindrome number. Why? Because when you reverse it, it will be 351. Palindrome numbers are those, when you reverse that number, you will get the same number. So this is not a palindrome number. If the number is 121, if you reverse this, it will become 121 again. So it's a palindrome number. Okay, got it? So we have to work on this particular logic. We have to extract the number or extract the reverse of it and check if it matches with the previous number. If yes, it will be a palindrome number, and if no, it will not work. Okay, so a simple example for this is there is a logic earlier in ATM machine that if you you cannot use a palindrome number as your ATM pin. Why? Because there is a condition if somebody wants you to extract money from your card. So you can do is if you want to block your number or don't want to extract the money from ATM machine, as some thief or somebody wants to extract money from your ATM card, what you can do, you can just put your password in reverse order. If you put it in reverse order, it will block it. Okay, block the code and it will not extract the money. Okay, so that's why generally when we check, I think this happened earlier, but this time I think it will they use the palindrome numbers. No, I think they don't use palindrome because password is of 4-digit pin. Okay, so 4-digit pin is generally not a palindrome, but if it is a palindrome, I think they change the logic. Okay, so that was one of the example. Okay, so that's why what we are doing here, we are checking if the number is palindrome or not. Okay, so we already know that how to create a reverse number using this logic. Okay, in this case, we are not printing those values. Once this loop is completed, the reverse will be stored in S. Okay, now think about the solution. I'm giving you 30 seconds. Okay, since after this while loop, the value of S will be the reverse of N. Okay, so I want to check if it's a palindrome or not. So I can use this part. If the value of S is equals to N, it will be a palindrome. And if it is not equals to N, it will not a palindrome. Let me run this first and see if there's an error in this. So if I write 153, it is not a palindrome, that is correct. And if I write 121, it is again not a palindrome. So there's an issue with the logic. Can anybody tell this? And what is the issue? So I gave the number 121, that is a palindrome, and it is printing not a palindrome. That means this condition is false. And if this condition is false, there is an issue with this condition because our logic is correct. We extracted the reverse number. Now what we are doing, we are comparing this with N, the user entered number. And after this logic, the value of N becomes 0. Okay, so we cannot compare this s with n because the value of n is 0 and it will not be equal um, in any condition. Okay, so what we are doing, just a second, let me write this again. And what we can do, we can store this n in a temporary variable. So let me use a t variable and store this n inside it. The value of n is 153 and I'm assigning this 153 to t also. So the value of 153 is, oh sorry, the value of t is 153. Okay, the user entered number. Okay, after this logic, the value of s will be 351 and I'm going to compare it with the user entered value. Okay, if this value is equated, the condition is, if the equated, it will print palindrome, otherwise it will be, if I enter 153, that is not a palindrome, that is correct. If I write 121, it's a palindrome. Okay, so my logic is correct now. Okay, got it? Okay, got it? Now, let's move forward, and we already worked on the palindrome part. Let's move forward and solve one more question. Write a program to enter a number from user and check if it is an Armstrong number or not. Okay, it's an Armstrong number or not. Okay, now what are Armstrong numbers? Armstrong numbers are those whose sum of their cube of its individual digits, sum of cube of its individual digits will be the number itself. That means if I write cube of 1, cube of 5, and cube of 3. Okay, cube of 5 is 125, cube of 3 is 27, 25 and 27, 125 and 27, 152, 152 plus 1, 153. So you will get 153 again. That means 153 is an Armstrong number. Okay, similar to that, there are some more examples like 170, 171. Okay, these are some examples of Armstrong number. Okay, so what do you want? You want to extract individual digits that you already know about. Okay, you want to extract the cube of those individual digits. Okay, so creating a cube is very easy. Multiply that number with itself by 3 times. You can say that. So it will be r multiplied by r multiplied by r, or you can say r exponent 3, or you can write that. Okay, so we have 2 things to use that, and we are going to add all those numbers, or we already know how to add them. Okay, then we copy this. Let me use the same logic. Because the value of n will be changed, I'm using the same logic. Okay, you will extract the number. This time you don't want to use this multiplication by 10. You want the individual digits, cube of its individual digits. Okay, so individual digit will be r, and you can multiply it by r and multiply it by r. Okay, so this is a simple solution to it. You can also write like this. Okay, r exponents 3, it will also be the same, but this is pretty much straight. Now, if the number is 153, condition is true, it will extract the number 3 first. 3 cube will be 27, 27 plus 0 will be 27, and the new value of this number will be 27. New value of s will be 27. This will rotate. The value of n now is 15. Okay, 15 is greater than 0, 15 modulus 10 will be 5. 5 cube of 5 will be 125. 125 plus 27 will be 152. That will be assigned to S. 152 will be assigned to S. Okay, so in the next line it will become 1. This will rotate, condition is true. Modulus of 10 will be 1. 1 multiplied by 1 multiplied by 1. That will be 1 plus 152. That means 153. Okay. So after this logic, the value of S becomes 153. If it is equals to the number entered by user, it should print Armstrong. And if it is not equal, it should print not an Armstrong. Okay, so let me run this. 153, it's an Armstrong number. 121, it's not an Armstrong because 1 plus 4, 1 plus 8 plus 1. This will be 10. So not an Armstrong. Okay, got it? If you enter 370, so cube of 7 will be 343, cube of 3 will be 27, so that will become 370. Okay. Got it? So this is how it works. Now let's move forward with another question. Okay, so this is this particular session is very important while logic building. So the best way to build logic or get better in this is to solve these questions in the same order I solved it. Okay, and if you are not confident after it that how to solve without seeing somewhere, like I am solving this by my own every time I explaining it to someone. Okay, so that the logic building will be strong. It's not like that you have to solve a new question every time. If you solve the similar question again or same question again, that will be a plus. Okay, now solve this questions twice if you do not find yourself confident in the same order. Okay, and after that, after this session I will share a sheet with you, while loop sheet, so you can solve those questions as well. Those, I call them warm-up questions. So warm-up questions are simple questions. There can be questions you will not be able to solve, but you can skip that. If you stuck somewhere, you can ask that in the group. Okay, but these are the important questions. Okay, all the logic start from the reverse logic. Okay, or the series questions. Now, write a program to enter a number from user and print its individual digits on separate line. Okay, print its individual digits on separate line. So if the number is 153, the output should be 1, 2, no, 1, 5. Okay, so if the number is 153, the output should be 1, 5, and 3. Okay, so let me use this logic. Okay. We want individual digits on separate line. Okay, so you all will be thinking that we are extracting individual digits in R. Let's just print R. We are not stopping it to change the line because we want to change the line. Okay, so if you run this, you will see that it is extracting the number and it is printing those numbers. So if I run this 153, it will print all the individual digits in separate line, but in reverse order. What we want to print in a simple order, not in reverse order. In the same order, not in reverse order. 3, 5, 1. How we are going to do that? So I'm giving you 30 seconds. You can answer it or I will solve it. Okay, let's solve this. Now, we already know how to extract individual digits. Okay, but we don't want to extract the digits in reverse format. If I want to extract in a simple format with not in reverse, so what we can do, we can first extract the reverse number. So for example, if I write s multiplied by 10 plus r. Okay, so this is the logic for the reverse number. We already know this. After this loop, the value of s will be the reverse of n. Okay, after this loop, the value of s will be the reverse of it. If I apply the same logic on reverse, that is 351, you will see that 1 will be extracted first, then 5, then 3. Okay, so I'm using the same logic. I will apply a loop again, but this time not on n, but on s. Okay, so s modulus 10, that means 351 modulus 10 will be 1. 1 will be assigned to r, and this time we are not adding it to somewhere, we are just printing the value of r. Simple. This time this is not n, this is s. This is not n, this is s. Okay, got it? So once we are getting the number and executing or extracting the reverse of it, After extracting reverse, we are applying the reverse concept again, but this time we are printing individual values. Okay, so that's it. We extract the reverse and we printed individual values. So let me run this. 153. Okay, there is an issue. We started with 0. Okay, so 153 on individual line, on separate line. Okay, got it. Now, let me move forward. Okay, so my next question is, write a program to enter a number from user and print individual digits in character format. Okay, individual digits in character format. That means if somebody entered 153, the output should be 1, 5, 3. Individual digits in character format. Okay. Now, this questions, you have to solve this particular question on your own. You already know how to extract individual digits, how to start from first digit, then reverse it once, and then start doing it. Okay, but you don't need to print the value. You have to print the character format of it. You already know about this, how to print the character format using if and else. If the value is 1, we will print ONE1. If the value is 2, we will print TWO2. Okay, so that's it. Okay, got it. So this is pretty much everything. So this will be fine for starting with while loops. We build the logics, we practice the questions. Okay. You can solve these questions in the same order one more time so that you can build your logics. I'm sharing a sheet with you. That is while loop sheets. Okay. Okay, I already shared the sheet in the group. So you will find all the questions there. You can solve those questions. They are warm-up questions, you can say. Not much difficult, but difficulty level is kind of level 1, you can say. Okay, so that's it for today's session. If you have any doubts, you can ask. In next session will be today 7:30 p.m. Okay, so we are going to work on modules packages, creating environment, and creating our API. So this will be our next topic. That will be today 7:30 p.m. IST. Okay, so that's it. If you have any questions, you can ask. You can ask, okay, if you have any questions. So code will be available here. Even if you are not joining the machine learning batch, that will be fine. You will find the code here on the same repo. Just a second. Let me close this. Day 2, today we worked on while loops. Okay, so the code is uploaded, so you can check that out here. Okay, so the second part is here, day 2. Question is shared on the WhatsApp group. Okay, I will add that on. I will share that on Discord also. Okay. 153 without reversing it. So I don't get the question. What you are asking? This recording will be shared. All the 3 lectures will be shared in a single file on Friday. Okay, Friday you will get all the recordings. Yes, let me share Discord link. I'm sharing here. You will also get this on WhatsApp group. Okay. Okay, so you have this option. So Python was the first phase of full stack data science. So you can find it here. This is the phase 1. In the phase 1, we covered these 3 topics: Python, data structures, and Git and GitHub. So you can go through the Python roadmap here. And this session is come to an end. We are on chapter 6 or 7. So you can get the recordings only. And that's it. If you want the recordings, you can just ping me on WhatsApp. So I will share the details. Okay. And you can find the Git and GitHub session for free. This is already available here. And this is the full stack roadmap. Okay. So above part is the phase 1 and phase 2 are here. So today is the last day of registering for the machine learning batch. So you can just go through this and that's it. If you want to ask something else, you can ask. Okay. No, so this will be without reversing it. This will be like a static solution. So static solution is something if you change the value or the number of elements in this, so it will be a issue. So this is already shared on your. Just a second. Here. So this is the registration. You can just go on through this link and apply this Discord 30 promo code. So this was expired earlier, but as per community members, they told me to extend it, so I extended it till last date. Okay, so you can go to these links and apply this Discord. You will get a discount. Okay. Okay, so that's it. Any other questions you have?
Hello. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining the last day of our workshop. So in today's workshop, how we are going to proceed. So let me check. So this is our today's session. We are going to work on modules and packages. Along with that, we will see how to create a virtual environment for a project setup and how to create an API in Python. Okay, all of these things are uh, very easy if you see. Okay, now if you know this fundamental of creating an API, you will understand how a simple URL works. For example, if I talk about this particular part, so there's an URL here, and what this URL is consists of, and if there is a question in an interview, like if I hit the URL like this, so there's a Google interview question that if you hit, I think it's a Amazon interview question. So if you hit Amazon.co or whatever, so if you hit this page, sorry, it's the wrong URL, but whatever. So if you hit any of the URL, what will happen? It's a simple question. Okay, but if you just say that there's a request to the it is just a request to the server, and server will respond to something and give you an output, and the website will be rendered in front of you. So that's a simple question. Okay, but this is not the exactly the case. There is so much things going on if you access any URL. Okay, now today is day 3, so I'm not using anything here because day 3 consists of creating an API, and we are not using Jupyter Notebook for that. We generally use Jupyter Notebook for creating our environment. Generally use Jupyter Notebook for our analysis and creating nodes. Okay, but this time we are writing our code and doing our project setup if we need something else rather than just analysis. Okay, so we will do this most of the time in the future. Okay, so we are going to use VS Code for the same. So let us start. Okay, now I'm creating a folder here, and this folder should be just say modules and okay, so this is my folder and this is our day 3. So let me number this up. This is my day 3. Okay, now what we are going to do, so let me go back here and open this particular folder. Inside that workshop we have this, so let me open this. Okay, so this is my symbol folder. I opened it into VS Code. Now VS Code is a editor by Microsoft, and this is very pretty much used by most of the developers. Okay, and we can use any of the editor, it's no big deal, but this thing comes with a feature called extension. Okay, so now what this extension is, so you can integrate any type of properties, any type of GitHub Copilot, any type of feature to it just by installing an extension, just like you do on Google Chrome. Okay, you install an instruction and you use, for example, Grammarly, and there are other, you block origin. So if you want to block all the advertisements, so there are certain codes and scripts so you can integrate or personalize on your own PC. Similar to that, as a developer, if you need extensions that will write code for you, GitHub Copilot or whatnot, okay, so you can integrate that. So it's a pretty cool editor. Okay, now we are going to work on modules and packages. Before that, let me go back to the day one. Okay, let me click on this and understand some things. I earlier discussed about one topic, that is this flow. Okay, that is this flow, and in this flow I talked about modules and packages. Okay, so let's understand that. Whatever software you are working on, okay, this framework later makes in software, you can see that. So whatever the software is on your system or anywhere you are using, it is nothing made up, it is just made up of frameworks. So framework is something that comes with a pre-written codes. It can be for networking, it can be for middlewares, it can be for architecture of your project, anything. Okay, so Django, you have heard the name Django. Django Python is a framework for Python. Okay, so you can build web applications using them. And if you use Instagram on the web, not on mobile, on the web, so the Instagram is built off. Instagram on the web is made up using the framework called Django. Okay, now though this framework comes with an architecture, and it is just combination of multiple libraries. Okay, so libraries are you can say that there's no architecture in libraries. For example, if I talk about React, so React is a library by Google, no, by Facebook. Okay, so they created this. You have seen that Facebook changed all its design after so long, and they used a library called React. Okay, in that library you don't have to follow any architecture. Okay, architecture means you don't have to write certain code before starting your project. Okay, but if you are using a framework, you have to follow architecture. Let me give you an example of MVC or MVT architectures. Okay, if you ever worked on those in Java programming or anything else. Okay, those architectures define pre-written codes, and you can drag and drop those. And even if you are creating a single page application, you have to follow that architecture. Okay, correct. So that's why we use frameworks. And if you don't want the architecture, and so you can directly use libraries. Okay, just like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib. These are the libraries. We call them libraries because you don't need to follow any architecture to work on any of the code written inside it. Okay, so that's libraries. Now those libraries are nothing but just a combination of packages and modules. Okay, and those modules are combination of collection of classes. Those classes are collection of functions. Functions are nothing but combination of instructions, multiple instructions. Instructions are characters. Characters are ultimately numbers because of the ASCII codes, and numbers are converted into binary and bits format so that system will understand. So this is the flow. Okay, so we are going to understand modules and packages. Okay, now for modules and packages, let me go back here. I'm going to create module here. Okay, so there are options to create. There are different options, not different options, but we are starting with modules first. Okay, now what is a module? Module is nothing but a Python file. Any file that comes with the extension of .py will be considered as let me copy this particular part. Let me create this. So I'm creating a file here so that we can create notes. Just a second. Yes, recording is on. Okay. Just a second. Let me remove this. This. Okay. 3-day notes. Okay. So this was our flow. Now let me give you a simple flow. What happened when you write code? Okay. So you can relate it to any different languages. So it's just a flow of what you write and how it is converted into machine language. Okay. So whatever you write in English language, it calls it. We call that source code. Okay. This is source code. Okay. Whatever you write in English. So whatever code you written earlier, all those are just source code. Okay. When you just a second. So framework is we are not working on the Django part yet, but we are going to use one framework, one Python framework, Flask. So just wait for some time. We will cover that. So for creating our third part, that is creating a API, we need a framework to create our API. Okay, so we are going to use Flask for that. So I will explain that again. Okay, now if you write any type of code, so that's a source code. Now source code is nothing but the extension in different languages. For example, if you are writing a code in C language, the extension will be .c. If you're writing the code in C++, it will be CPP. If you're writing the code in Java, it will be .java. And if you're writing the code in Python, it will be .py. So these are just extensions similar to PDF, JPG, PNG, and so on. Okay, that represent what type of file you're working on. Simple. When you compile this particular part, when you compile this, now you will say that in Python there is an interpreter. Why you using compile word? So compile is different and compiler is different. Okay, compiler is the name of the software. Interpreter is the name of the software which converts our source code into machine language. Okay, but compile is a word we use while converting this source code into machine language. Okay, so now when you compile this, it will generate a byte code. Okay, so byte code is kind of a binary code. You can say that it's a binary code. Okay, okay, why do we need frameworks? So if you want to build an application, when we work on big applications, we need frameworks. We cannot just rely on libraries. We can do that, but frameworks do our work easy because you are following a structure for that. If you just following in a structure, for example, if you want to create this Google Meet for millions of users, so your developers should follow architecture. Architecture can be model view template or model view controller. If you have heard of these names, so it is kind of you create a action plan for your developers that we are going to create these folders. We are going to create these libraries, these modules and packages in our application so that the whole project will run on for the end user that are in millions. Okay, so that's what framework is. So if you want to work on big project and if you want to work on big projects, so frameworks will be used in that place. Okay, so let's come back here. So source code is compiled into bytecode. Now, what is this bytecode? So bytecode is nothing but code written for, or you can say code in binary language, and it is for your system. So this part, this bytecode is not for us. Even if you open this file, you will not see, you just see symbols, and most of the editors just give an error that you cannot open this file like that. Okay, so you can consider this as a binary code, which we do not need. We need, but as a developer, we don't want to open that and check that out. Okay, now if you write the code in C language and if you compile that into bytecode, it will create a file. We call that backup file, BAK. We call that backup file. It is nothing but the extension of your C file that is in the binary version. Okay, that is just a binary version of it. Okay, if you are working on C++, it will create obj file, that is an object file. Okay, so object file in C++ is a byte code. Okay, if you are working on Java, the compiled version will be Java C file. Okay, and in Python there is a file called pyc file. Okay, so we are going to create our own module like this in Python, and you will see that it will create a pyc file. Okay, we will work that. We will see in front of us. Okay, when you run this particular file, okay, when you run this particular bytecode, you will see an output. Okay, that can be in a .exe file if I talk about Windows. Okay, so .exe is executable file. You have seen this set of files are .exe, executable file. Okay, so this is the simple flow. Okay, now we are going to create a Python file. We generally call them modules. Okay, let me open VS Code here. Now this is VS Code. You will see the files here, and you will see the code here. If you open the terminal will be here. Okay, now let's create a file here. So I'm creating a file. Let's call this file as a simple indoor.py. Okay, indoor.py. Just a second. Okay, indoor.py. Now what this file is nothing but a Python module. Okay, we are going to write some code here and try to execute this module. Okay, so let me write some code. For that I'm using print statement, and let me write a message. This is an Python module. Okay, this is a Python module. Okay, this is my simple message in this file. You can create different functions. We will do that later, but let's first execute this file. Okay, whenever you execute this file, you will see an output on your console that this is a Python module. Okay, like that. Okay, now let's go to the terminal. You can click on here and click select terminal. Okay, you can see that we are inside this third module and packages folder. Okay, if you write ls, so ls is a simple command for list all the elements inside that folder. When you list this, you will see there is only one file with the name indoor.py. Okay, got it. You can press Ctrl L to go remove the previous part. Okay, so this is a simple command. Okay, now what we want to execute this indoor.py. If you want to execute this, because we have written the code in this format in .py extension, that's my source code, we are going to compile that and convert into bytecode and execute that. Okay, so for that we have a simple command, that is python space name of your file. Okay, python space name of your file. So what is the name of your file? It's indoor.py. Okay, indoor.py. Okay, it's a Python file. When you press enter, it will execute and you will see the output. This is a Python module. Let me run this. You will see that it's a Python module. Okay, got it. This is your output, and that's it. This is how you execute a simple Python module. Okay, and you generally see that you are going to execute this in production also. In production, this command will be kind of similar. There can be certain changes, but if you want to execute Python file, you look like you write your command like this. Okay, now let's move forward and create certain functions here. So let me create a function. Let's call it city. Okay, this is a simple function that will return, not return, let's just print something. So I'm printing city of food. Okay, simple. Let me create another function. Let's call it Mike, and let's write hello from microphone. Okay, got it. So this is how it works. Now, if you run this, it will still give you the same output because you created the functions, but you haven't called them. So let me call them directly here. So you can call them city. Let's print something. I'm printing 1, and I'm using this function. Okay, that's it. Now let's run the file again, and this time you will see certain outputs. So this is my Python module, city of foods, 1 because of this, and hello from microphone. Okay, got it. So this is how a normal Python file executes, and this file is considered as a module in Python. So if you want to see different folders in Python, you can go where you install Python. Okay, so let me open this Python 3.10. If you open this, you will see multiple files here. Okay, let's open scripts, not scripts. Let's open library, and you will see different folders here. Certain folders are packages, some folders are modules. This is nothing but .py extension Python source file. You can see that. Okay, most of them are you going to use, like RE, it's a module in Python which you can directly import for regular expression. You can see random is a module again. You will see different modules here, like you can name them. Stat, and there are so many other modules. For example, OS is again a module, and all these are modules for different things. If you want to perform something, okay, there will be math module and so on, okay, for mathematical operation. And you can see that there are multiple packages here, multiple packages also. Okay, so these are, like, for example, if you open any of those, let's see if we have as env, we are going to use this venv virtual environment. For virtual environment, you're going to use this. And do we have something that is JSON is a file, SQLite is also. If you open this, these are just packages. Okay, Python packages. All the folders considered as package, all the .py extension file are considered as modules. Okay, so we are creating our own here. So we already created indoor.py, and this is just a module in Python, and that's it. Now let's do one thing. I'm going to create another module, and I'm going to import that inside this. Okay, before that, let me go back to our day 3, sorry, and I'm going to import something here. Okay, so we have import math. So math is a module in Python. math.py, or you can find this file where just I showed you somewhere in the folder or Python folder where you installed it. Now you can get multiple functionality of mathematics through this math module. Okay, when you run this, it is imported. If I want to print something, so if I print math.py, okay, so pi here is a constant value, sorry, not py, pi. Okay, if you run this, you can see the value of pi here. Okay, got it? So this is how it works. Okay, so there are different variables available, there are different functions available, there are different classes available in a module. Okay, module is nothing but a Python file, and you can create your functions, methods, classes, whatnot. Okay, so you can access that through just importing that module and using that module like this. Using a dot, you are just representing that I am going to access anything inside math module. Okay, that's it. So this is how you work on inbuilt modules, and I'm going to create my own module here, and we are going to import that somewhere. Okay, so now let me create a file here. Let's call this file as food.py. Okay, food.py is my file, and food.py, I'm going to create certain functions, and those functions will be accessed in indoor.py. Okay, now make sure I want to consider, or I want to make this a module. Okay, now if I want to make this a module like math, in math there is nothing that is executable. Okay, it will only execute if you access that if you access through some other file like this. If you are going to import something, you are going to use that like use that module like this. Okay, just a second. Okay, so now let me create some functions here and consider this food as my module. Okay, now if you want to use that as a module, what we can do, we are just creating certain, let me create a pi variable here. Okay, let's give that a value 3.14. So 3.14 is my value. It's a normal variable in this module. Okay, let me create a function. This function will be something like burger. Okay, this burger will return a value. So I'm returning a simple string here, that is best burger in town. Okay, now let me create another function. The function is let's call it goal of path. Okay, so it's just a folder. Let me return this, and let's just return 0. Okay, so 0 is nothing. You can just return something else. So I'm returning a string here. You can return any number. I'm returning a string here. Okay, so these are the two functions we are using. Okay, now in this particular part, I am not going to call them here, just like this particular indoor.py file. Okay, my work completes here. I created the module. If you run this module, food.py, it will not give you an output because these are just static values. You never use this py or printed it. You never call this functions. Okay, that's what we do generally when we work on any module. If I'm creating my own module and I want to share this module with around the world, I'm not going to call that inside this function. Others will import this module and going to use whatever written inside it. Okay, that's it. Let me open this. Let's close indoor.py. Let's create another file. Okay, the file, let me call this file as main.py. It is not mandatory to name a file as main. You can name it anything. I'm just calling it main. Okay, so this is my file. Now what I want to import this food.py in my main.py file, and after importing that, I'm going to use whatever written inside it, like this py variable, like this burger and golden. Okay, let me import that file. So let me write import. Now the question is how my file will know that food is a module. First thing. Second is how it's going to access it. So if the file is in your own folder, you can directly write like this. Okay, if you are importing this module in your code, that's because you are writing, or whatever you're writing, the interpreter have the access of your source folder, where it will understand that it will access this math module. Okay, but if you are working on your own module, make sure it is in the same folder. And if it is not in the same folder, we are going to consider the other folder as my package, and I'm going to import that. Okay, we'll come to that in some time, but I'm just accessing this through import food. Okay, now the next part is I'm going to print something. So let me print here. I want to access a variable pi inside this. So if we want to access this, we already know that we can write food.pi. So pi is just a variable, you are accessing it. Okay, let me do some more things like calling those functions. So you cannot call the function directly. For example, the burger function. So if I write burger, so it will not considered as, it will give you an error because burger is not defined. Okay, so burger is not defined. So what we want to access the burger that is inside food module. Okay, to do that, I'm going to use again name of the food, name of my module dot burger. Okay, now this will be fine. And if you want to access that, let's just stop here and let's run this file. Okay, so let me write Python space main.py. If you execute this, you will see two output. Sorry, one output. One is this 3.14, and the second one is not here. Why? Because food.burger is returning a value, and we are not storing that somewhere, or we are not using print statement. So we can do that one thing. You can store that in X, and you can just directly print X. Okay, let me run the previous file again. You will see the 3.14 is access, and you will see that best burger in town is printed here. Okay, got it. So you can create your module, store it somewhere, and you can use it again and again on demand. Okay, that's the best part, and we generally do this while working on any of the project. Okay, so if you want to use a certain logic multiple times, we are not going to create that multiple times. We are going to create that one time and storing that in form of module. Okay, now when I executed this main file, you're seeing that my folder comes with another folder that is PyCache. Okay, now what this PyCache is, first thing you will see double underscore in front of it and double underscore after it. Okay, so this is what a dunder is look like. Okay, what are dunders? So dunders are nothing. You can see dunders. Okay, dunders are nothing but methods or functions that comes with double underscore. Okay, that comes with double underscore like this. So you can see there are so many dunders available. These are methods and functions and variables. Those comes with special properties. Okay, comes with special properties like this main, you can see double underscore name, and so on. Okay, so there are so many special methods and variables available. Now, these are kind of for system, and we can also use that. Okay, now what is PyCache? So PyCache is when you are working on main file, you imported a module here. Now this module is just written here. It is not executed before. It is just, you just import it here. Now, if you import it here, what will happen? This food should be converted into bytecode first, so that when my execution happen, uh, the system will understand that what we are trying to say, how it should be executed. Okay, got it? So if I open this, you will see that food.cpython and the version .pyc. This is your file. This is your Python compiled version, that is a bytecode. If you click on this, it will see file is not displayed in the text editor because either binary or using unsupported text encoding. Okay, this file you can open anyway, but it doesn't make sense. It is just binary file, or just you will see symbols here, nothing else. Okay, that file is not for me, but you can see that it created a pyc file for my food module. Okay, because when you execute this, you need a pyc file. Okay, so every time you create a module and use it somewhere else, you will see a PyCache folder available here, and there's a pyc file along with it. Okay, got it? So this is how modules work. Okay, so you can see multiple inbuilt module like this, and you can create your own like this. So this is my module. Okay, you can create classes, you can and whatnot. You can create all of the things inside this. Okay, so that's it. That's pretty much it about modules. Now let's move forward and create a package here. Now let me close this. Let me create a package here. Okay, to create a package, what we can do is click on this particular part, or I click create new folder. When you create a folder, let's call it something. So let's suppose we have to create a package for statistics. Now, if you are familiar with statistics, it's a part of mathematics, and it's kind of a work. When we work on data, we generally use statistic to extract insights. Okay, now let me create a folder here. Let's call it stats, and not just call it stats. Let's call it stats for Byte. Okay, that's my package name. Okay, now this is just a folder here. Okay, there's a difference between a folder and a package. What's that difference? Difference is when you create a folder, if you want to make it a Python package, what you can do is right click on this, create a new file, and you have to create a simple indication file for the interpreter to consider this folder as a Python package. Okay, to do that, you are going to use init .py. Okay, this is a simple file. When you press enter, this is your file. That's it. You don't need to write any code inside it. Just close this file. Okay, just close this file. Okay, got it? So this is my folder, and inside that I created a init.py. So init.py is a simple file for initialization. But if you create this file will be an indication to the interpreter that my folder stats for Python is a Python package. Consider this as a Python package. Treat it like a Python package. Don't just consider this as a simple folder. Okay, so that will be an indication. You do not need to write anything inside it. Okay, you will see these files. So let me go back here, And this is my actual Python installed here 3.10. If you open these libraries, you can see multiple folders. Okay, so for example, venv is a Python package. How can we know? If you open this, you will see a Python file named init. Okay, so if you open any of the file, you will see a init file inside it. Okay, this file is nothing. There is no code inside it generally. So if you want to indicate that, you will see indicate my interpreter that this is a Python package. So you create a simple file. Now let's create another file here. Let's call this file as, now in statistics, we have two tools. One is descriptive statistics, the other one is inferential statistics. Okay, now what is descriptive? Descriptive is just for description of your data, and we generally use mean, median, mode, interquartile range, percentage, percentile. These are the parameters we use to just describe our data. Okay, and the second is inferential. So inferential is something we apply our models on, regression models and so on. Okay, statistical models, hypothesis testing, model building, and so on. Okay, so these are the two tools we use when we work on statistics. Okay, now I'm creating a module inside it, descriptive.py. So this is my file, descriptive.py, and I'm going to create another file. Let me call it inferential.py. Okay, then inference or inferential. Okay, whatever you want to name it. Now in descriptive, we are going to create our whatever we want. For example, if I am working on let's call it a function that will create a mean. So I'm not going towards the classes and object because I think that will not give us a plus here, but just use these functions. Okay, simple functions. So I'm just returning some value. We are getting a list here, and that list will return with a mean. So it is using sum of list divided by length of list. Okay, so this is a static code for it. I'm not writing the in-depth code. Okay, so consider that as my descriptive statistic file. Okay, the other is inferential. So for inferential, I'm creating a function. Let's call it model, and this will print something. So let me return a string I from the inference model. Okay, that's it. So these are my two modules inside my package. Let me close this. Now that's it. I created my package. I'm going to access that in my main.py. Okay, now if you want to access that inside main.py, let me comment our previous code. Let's comment it out, and I'm going to use that here. Okay, now what I want to access the function return inside descriptive. Now to do that, we can import like this, import stats for Python directly, but this is not a good idea to import the whole package. Okay, to import a whole package, the best way to do is import something that you want. Okay, because packages can be a huge part. There can be huge files available. There can be huge code written inside it. So if you want to use a simple function, you cannot just import it into your own execution file because it will take a lot of time to execute. Okay, so we generally don't import everything. Okay, so if you want to access something specific, you can start with from from stats for Python import something. Okay, so now we have certain options. So we can write import stats from Python, import descriptor. Okay, this is one thing. Okay, if you want to access something specific inside of descriptor, okay, if you want to access this mean, you can write like this also. Let me comment this out. Let me like from stats for Python dot descriptive import whatever name of the file. Name of the file is mean. Okay, so this is two ways you can use. If you use the previous way, you have to write descriptive dot mean to access that. Okay, let me write that again. So if you want to access the mean function, what you can do is use descriptive dot mean. This is one thing. But if you specified something that inside this import mean, now you don't need to write descriptive dot mean. You can directly write mean function like this. So my mean function is returning something, and we have to print something inside it. So I'm just passing a list here. So let's call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this list will be passed here, and 5 something divided by 5, 15 divided by 5. Okay, so it will give you a mean here. So when you run this, sorry, okay, if you run this, what will be the output? So let me first save this, and I'm going to access that. If I write Python space main.py, when you run this, you will see that 3.0 is printed here. Okay, 3.0 is printed here because of this. Okay, so we access my function written inside descriptive.py, and you can do that. Now you can see that there is a folder automatically created here, PyCache, just like the previous one. If you open this, you will see descriptive.pyc file here. You will also see init.pyc file here. Okay, there's nothing in init.py, but still we need the compiled version so that the interpreter will understand what we are trying to say. Sorry, the system will understand what we are trying to say. Okay, so this is how it works. If you want to access inferential, you can write the same thing. Let me write this. Let me write here from stats Python, search for Python, inferential, import something, import model, print model directly, and you can just call that. Okay, because model is doing nothing, it is just returning a string. Okay, so you can save that. Let me run that again, and you will see that pyc file for inferential is here. Okay, got it? So this is how you work on Python packages. Okay, got it? So that's it. That's how we work on modules and packages. Now, if we move forward, we have to create our project. Okay, we are going to create our project. To create our project, what we are doing here, so what we can do, we can create a folder here for our project, or we can just directly write everything here. So I'm ending this particular section here. Okay, so just consider that I'm not creating a folder inside it. It will be a confusion. So what I'm doing instead is, let's go back to our folder. Here we have the third section. Inside that, I'm creating a new folder. Let's call this folder as virtualenv or let's call it project setup and API. Project setup and API. That's it. Now let's click on this open folder, and what I'm doing, I'm clicking on the project setup and API. Let's select this file, and my project setup folder is open. There is nothing inside this folder. You can just see there's nothing. So what we are going to do now, let me come back here, not here. Inside this folder, there is nothing. Now, what we are going to do to create our project, and if you want to set up any type of project, what we will do, we use virtual environments. Okay, now what is a virtual environment? So virtual environment is nothing, it is just a folder. You can say that it's a folder, and whatever you do in your project, what type of files you are using, what type of packages you are installing for your project will be inside this folder. Okay, inside your environment. You are just creating an environment for your project. If you change the project, the environment will be changed. Okay, so that's what a virtual environment is. You are just creating a folder and installing everything required for your project inside that folder. That's it. Okay, so the best way to do is I created a project folder. Now we are going to work on this. Okay, so this is a Windows system. There will be certain different commands for different operating system, but kind of similar for most of them. Okay, now first thing we need while working on our project is installing virtualenv. Now what is virtualenv? Let me click here, virtualenv. Okay, so it is just a Python module, Python package for creating virtual environments. So if you want to create virtual environments, you can create this particular, you can use this Python package. Okay, now what is this PyPI? Okay, it's what this pep is all about. So pep is Python package index, and it is something that we use for all the packages. That means they created a platform where you can create your own Python package, and you can just upload it here so that the world can use that just by writing this command. Okay, so let me give you one more thing. Let me search something here. Mean statistics. Let's search this. Meme statistics. Okay, so let's open the first part. Okay, you can see the author name is mine. Okay, now I created this and I uploaded this here, so you can install that pip install meme statistics. Okay, so I will create a different session for that, how to upload that here. But what I'm trying to say is you can create your module packages, whatever you want, write your code and upload it here on Python package index, so that the developer around the world can access that just by a simple command. So somebody created virtualenv. Okay, we created virtualenv, maintainers are these, and we are going to install that on our system. Okay, so let's click on here, let's create a, okay, so this is my project setup and API folder. Now let's create our virtual environment. Before that, what we need, we are going to write pip install virtualenv. So virtualenv is a Python package. When I press enter, you will see that requirements are already satisfied. So this is already on my system. Okay, so I don't need to install that again. Okay, now what we want next, so it is already installed. Now, what we want to create our own environment here so that the requirement files, whatever is required to create an API, if we want Flask to be installed. So I don't want to install it on the global system in C drive inside the that will be accessible to all our other project. I don't want that. Okay, that's why we create virtual environment. Okay, I will create a separate folder for this particular project and install my required files inside that. I don't want to install everything globally. Okay, so there will be compatibility issue with different modules and packages. So if I'm using Flask along with pandas and creating using scikit-learn and creating TensorFlow and creating our models, so there will be issues with different versions of modules and packages, and they will give so many errors, and we cannot just install them globally. Okay, we have to create a virtual environment. This is a good practice, and if you share your project with somebody else, they will create their own virtual environment. Okay, now to create a virtual environment, there's a simple command -m. So -m space venv. So venv is for virtual environment command. Okay, that is already installed. Space the name of your virtual environment you want to give. Okay, so name of the virtual environment is, you can name it anything, but I am right now venv. I'm giving the same name as my for my virtual environment. Okay, so you can name anything. So what is this? Python -m for modifications, and space venv. venv is the keyword we use for creating virtual environment, and the second venv is the name of my virtual environment. Okay, so whenever you click, or if I press enter, a folder is created here. So let's open that folder and understand what that folder is trying to say. Okay, so let me run this, and you will see that a folder is created here with the name virtualenv. Okay, so there's a error in the command. Let me open that. Okay, I think it's executed already. If you ls, you will see a folder. Okay, so let me open this file in this folder. You can see that in this folder there is include the scripts and configuration files. So there are certain files you don't need to know about these files. You can just these are just for maintaining your environment. Okay, you can find these files inside other virtual environments if you create any. So include in this file, it includes so many things. Inside your library you have side packages, and there are certain things pre-installed with it. So side packages is similar to when you work on Python. So if you open this, and if you open libraries, and you will see side packages. Okay, so side packages is where you find all the modules that are installed here. Okay, all the modules that are installed. Okay, it can be pip, it can be your meme statistic, it can be matplotlib, and so on. Okay, so you will find all the information whatever you installed for this particular project inside this side packages. And after that we have scripts. So scripts is just a Python file. There are, just a second, let me do one more thing. Let me delete this file. Okay, let me write this again. Pip, not pip, Python -m venv space venv. Okay, so venv, I think this will work. It is giving me an error. Just a second. Okay, let me delete that again because it is not installing properly, executing properly. If I write Python 3 here, Python was not found. Okay.
Himanshu, I think you can use a different name instead of VB and VE. It is working for us.
Okay, let me name this virtual. Sorry. Virtual. Not working.
Can you just check whether the Python version is loading properly?
There is no solution on that. Let's do one thing. This will not work if we is giving an error. Let me write one more thing. Python -m virtualenv space it's a OS error. Okay, let me delete that. Okay, let's just move forward with this, and now we are going to cover the virtual invert part. No, I don't want to do that. Let's do one more thing. Okay. All virtual. Okay. -m. Mhm. Okay, I think it's worked. Okay, now it's worked. Now let's move forward. So we created our environment. You can click on this and you will find the scripts part and you will find all of this here. Now, uh, what we want to what we want to do, we want to activate this environment. Now, what this activation mean? If you can activate this environment, that means whatever you write inside it, whatever you uh, uh, install here, whatever command you execute after activating this environment, all of them will be stored in this folder. You will see all the scripts, all the libraries that you are going to use, all the side packages you're going to use, everything will be inside this folder. Okay, that's why we have to activate this. Um, activate this. Okay, so to activate this, you can write a simple command. That is, all you have to do is go inside virtualenv. Okay, venv. Okay, backward slash. Inside that, there's a folder called scripts. Okay, so if you write scripts, okay, backward slash. Now you have to write the name of your file, activate. Okay, activate. So if you press enter, you will see that the file, this virtual environment is active through this particular name, virtualenv. You can see my virtual environment is activated. Now, what we are going to do next? My virtual environment is activated. Now I'm going to start set up my project or installing the required files to work on my project. So for that, if I want to create an API, I am going to use Flask. Okay. Now, if I write pip install Flask. Now, what is Flask? So Flask is a micro framework. Okay. What is Flask? Flask is a micro framework. Flask. Now, what this micro framework means? Micro framework means you do not need to follow an architecture, just like a big framework like Django. Okay, so you don't need to follow an architecture like MBT or something like that. You can just create a file and write your code, and it will be executed and API will be created. Okay, so you don't need to follow an architecture. That's what micro framework means. Okay, if you want the example, the Netflix application on the web is created using Flask. Okay, got it? So we are going to use Flask for that. So pip install Flask. That's it. That's what we need. So if you press enter, you will see all the packages will be installed inside this virtual environment. Okay, not on my system, not on my system globally, but inside this particular folder. So if I click on this, click on libraries, you will see that all these folders are here. And every time you install any of the package or library or framework or whatever, you will see there are dependencies for that package or framework on other libraries and modules and packages. Okay, you will see that there are certain installing collected packages. You can see that all these packages needed to execute Flask. Okay, because Flask is dependent on some of other lower level libraries that should be installed with your package. Okay, just like that, if I am working on statistics package, so inside that I'm going to use math module. It can be a case I'm going to install math module. It can be a case I'm going to install pandas and numpy inside it. Okay, so I will mention that everything. And if somebody install my package, my pip will automatically install certain dependencies before installing my actual folder, actual package. Okay, so that's what dependencies are. So you can see there are so many different folders or packages already installed with this Flask. Okay. Now, if you want to see what type of file is installed here, or what type of packages are installed in your project folder, all you have to write is pip freeze. Okay, so pip freeze command, what this pip freeze will do, pip freeze will print all the files that are in your project folder, okay, that you installed. So there's Flask, there's Jinja, and there's so many other with this particular version. So Flask 2.3 is here, and you can see other modules and dependencies with it. Okay, so you can write pip freeze and you can access those and check what type of files, what type of what do you need exactly for your project, and your project is using these modules and libraries. Okay, got it. Now let's move forward and create our API. To create an API, we have to understand certain points, and now let me create a file here. Let's call it everything you create in this project folder should be inside will be parallel with this environment. Not inside this environment, you are not going to access or any type of install anything inside it or create any file. This is not for us, this is for the system. Okay, all we have to do is create everything parallel to it. Okay, now let me create application.py. Okay, so application.py is a Python file. I'm going to use that, and let's just understand some things. Okay, first thing, how an API endpoint look like. So let me go back here. Let me open this, and this is my GitHub profile. Okay, let's come back here. Now this is a simple URL. Okay, this is an URL. Okay, this is how our URL look like. Now let's understand and break down this and understand what a URL is consist of. Okay, the first thing you see here is HTTPS. Okay, a URL is nothing but an endpoint. Endpoint means after that there is nothing on the website. Okay, there are so many things. If you click on this, there's another endpoint. You can see another endpoint. Okay, now so that's how my endpoint look like, a simple website URL. Okay, now first thing in a URL is HTTPS. So what this HTTPS is, so we already know about the full form, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or and S is for security. Okay, but what is this part? So we call that scheme. Okay, now what this scheme means how we are going to treat this particular URL. Okay, how we are going to treat this. That means there is something called HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Protocol means set of rules. Transfer means you are exchanging data from client to server, server to client. And hypertext means whatever written on a website is considered as hypertext. Okay, hypertext transfer protocol, hypertext markup language, hypertext markdown language, and so on. Okay, you have heard these names. We call this particular part as scheme to access this particular API. S is for secure, and secure is nothing but an SSL certificate, secure socket layer, SSL certificate. Okay, you can see multiple websites without SSL, and there is no secure socket layer for it. They are just HTTP websites. Okay, and most of them you will see come with this HTTP socket layer, SSL certificate. Okay, so that's what a scheme is. Now there are different type of schemes available. There are HTTP. Okay, there is HTTPS. There is FTP, file transfer protocol. there is FTP, and there is file. Okay, so these are the names of your, you can say, these are the names of different schemes. There are so many other schemes available, but schemes are these. Okay, file is nothing, but if you open a static file here, if I open this file with Google Chrome, you will see it's a file scheme. It's a file scheme. Okay, so it is for the local system. Okay, now this is a scheme. You already know this. Now, what is this? GitHub.com. What is GitHub.com? So GitHub.com is nothing but a domain. Okay. Now, what this domain means? So domain is you call this DNS, domain name system. You can say that domain name DNS domain name system, and not versions. So let me explain that. So domain name system. So domain name system is every website comes with an IP address. Now, what is IP? IP is Internet Protocol, a set of rules on the internet. The rule says that every website comes with an API. Yes, every website comes with an IP address. Now, what is an IP address? Let me open a terminal and let me write something here. If I write ping, so ping is a simple command, and if you write www.google.com, so you will see that it is just hitting this URL and returning something in return. It is returning the IP address of your website, that is google.com. Okay, got it? So ping is a simple command to check any IP address of a website. Okay, now you can see there are different type of IP addresses. There is version 4 IP address, IPv4, and the other one is IPv6. Now IPv4 is the old version where you can see the IP as 127.0.0.1. So this is the format of the version 4. Now, issue with this is there is a limited combination you can make in millions, but unlimited. Okay, now you already know there are so many websites available. Okay, as it grows regularly, so you need something that can, the combination should become so much in billions, so that you can create as many websites as you can. And there are certain network upgradation also, so they jump to the via IPv6. Okay, so as you can see on the terminal, Google is using IPv6. Okay, not this one. If I check what's my IP, you will see that my IP is written like this. Your public IP is this. Now this is the version 6, and this is a little bit in hexadecimal format, and you can create a billion combination from this. Okay, so that's what version 6 is. But and as a human, we cannot remember this. That's why we need domain name system, and because of that, they give the name of the website as github.com. We cannot remember the IP address of it. That's why we use DNS. So that's what DNS is. And the last part that you can see immense nation here. So the / and everything written after that will be considered as route. Okay, this is what route. So what it means that when you access any URL, this particular part will be the actual website, and on that website there are different folders available. You can go inside that folder, access the content of it, and so on. Okay, so He-Man's Nation is a single route for that, a single folder for that. For your profile, there is a different contents available inside it. For my profile, there are different. Okay, so there are multiple endpoints here, API endpoints. So this is what it considered as route. If I click on not this one, not this one. Let me click on the repositories, and you can see not the repository. Let me click on this, and you can see inside He-Man's Nation there is another folder called this machine learning envelopes. Okay, got it? So you can access multiple routes on a particular website. Okay, there can be multiple routes, multiple sections of the websites, multiple pages to render in a website, and so on. Okay, that's what routes are. Okay, so routes is help to create. If you access the API or if you access an IP address, there should be multiple sections on that IP address, so you can access those. Okay, got it? That's what a URL is. Okay, now what's an API then? So API is application programming interface, and that means it is nothing but a single URL. When you hit that URL on any website, if you hit that URL, you will see that it will go to the server. It will execute a certain code. Application programming interface is nothing but a small code that will be executed if a user accesses a URL or request for a URL. When I requested for this URL on the server, GitHub gathered all my information of this particular page and returned back to me. That is the client side. Right? This is my client side. Okay, got it? So that's what a simple API is. API is just a code. It will be executed when you hit a URL. This is the way of executing an API. Okay, so let's create our own API here. So I'm going to use that. So let's remove everything. I'm putting it in the bottom of this file. Okay, now let's write certain code to create our API. Okay, so there we can use Flask for that. We can use Flask for creating our API. Okay, got it? So let's create an API. Okay, now we are going to use Flask here, and to use Flask, let's write our code. I'm using from Flask import Flask. As you can see that the first Flask is with a small line, so this is nothing but a package, and the the module inside our Python framework, and F with a capital letter is nothing but a class. So I'm using a Flask class here so that I can access certain properties written inside it. Okay, so that's why I'm importing this. Okay, now what I want to create an object of this class. Okay, object is something you can create so that everything written inside a certain class will be live. You can take an example of any game. Have you played Call of Duty before? So Call of Duty is something that you cannot play without a player. So player should be there. Okay, a player is considered as an object that will travel inside that game. I'm not talking about the graphics of it. I'm talking about the code behind it. Okay, so every game without a player, there is no game. Okay, so you need a player. That player is nothing but an object in programming. Okay, so I'm creating an object. Let's call it a app. I'm creating Flask object, and I'm just writing something here. That is name. Okay, now what this name is? So name is a vendor which comes with some special property and is holding a default value. Generally, this is my actual file that I'm going to execute. So name comes with a value as this. Name is equals to. Okay, so this is what the value of name is here. Okay, if you are executing this application.py file, it will be considered as the main file for the by the interpreter. Okay, now let's move forward, and I am going to create a route here. Okay, so I'm creating an index route for my application. To do that, I'm going to use dunders. So I'm writing the name of the object. I'm writing the pre-return decorator, pre-return method for it. And inside that, I'm mentioning that how my route will look like. Now, when you go on any of the website, this time I'm not going on my particular profile. I'm just going on the github.com. So if I access that, you will see that this is github.com. It is giving me a simple dashboard. Okay, this is the actual landing page. Okay, now this is what an index will look like. Okay, index will come with a forward slash, just a forward slash. If you go on a forward slash, it will land you on the index page. Okay, so route is the forward slash. Okay, got it. Now this is just for creating the home route. Now why I am writing or using a decorator here. This is what a decorator. Decorators are represented as using @sign. I am using this because this route function, you can call this method, this route function or method is already written inside what? Flask class. Okay, this route function or method is written already inside Flask class. What I'm doing, I'm adding my code with it. What I'm trying to say is execute what you want to execute using a route, because there are certain network functionalities you have to consider while working on a particular URL. What I want as a developer is use this route function that is written inside this Flask class and add my code with it. If somebody accesses this URL, just execute my code that I'm writing after it. So I'm just creating a function here. Let's call it home. And what I'm doing, I'm just returning a string. So let's call it welcome to the first API. Okay, welcome to the first API. Okay, so that's it. What I'm trying to say is we use dunder. Dunders are basically used to add certain properties without changing the code that is pre-written. So the code for route is pre-written inside Flask class, and all I want is add this particular code, add my function to it. Okay, I added this code along with this dunder. So whenever somebody accesses the index URL, this home function will be executed automatically. Okay, that's it. That's what this dunder will do. Okay, last thing I want here is write a simple condition. If the name is equals to main. Okay, this is a simple condition. Now what this condition is generally used when you're not sure about whether you are using this file as your main file or whether you are using this file as a module for the other file, for any other file. Okay, so code written inside this will be executed only if you execute application.py using this command, like this, application.py. If you execute this, like if you execute application.py as the main file, this code written inside it will be executed. But if you create another file here and using this application as a module, application.py as a module for the another class or another module or another code, this code written inside it will not execute. This condition will only be true when this particular file will be considered as the main file. Okay, so the variable that is already available here, by default the value of it will be the main. Okay, if this is not main and you are using this particular file somewhere else as a module, this code written inside it will not execute because this condition will be false. Okay, now all I want is run my server. To run your server, you can just pass certain values. If I write debug is equals to true, okay, debug is true means if any error comes here, it should display everything in detail, okay, where the error is coming from. Okay, we generally make it false when we deploy our project in production, because if user get an error, everything will be displayed in front of him and every confidential information will be out. Okay, but we don't want that. That's why we make the debug mode off or make it false while working in production. But we are working on a local system, that will be fine. Okay, I'm using port here. Port will be 5000. Okay, you can give any number here. There can be 65,000 ports available on your local system, and one of them we already worked on, that is this localhost 8888. So 8888 is a port that my Jupyter notebook use, and we cannot write 8888 here because it is already being in use and it will give you an error. So I'm using another port. Okay, now port is just my system is using a small memory chunk to create a small server for my application that will behave like a server, and the address for that particular location will be 5000. Okay, for my application. Okay, that's it. That's pretty much it. So we write a small code here to create our API. So let me run this file. When you run this file, you will see the server is in running condition. Okay, let me press enter, and you can see here running on, you can see an IP address. This IP address is nothing but the IP address of your local host. Okay, so kind of local host is nothing, just a domain name for your IP address. You can see that. Okay, debugger is active and so on. Okay, other information is not for us. You can just double click on it and you can access this, but we are going to do by our own. So I wrote 127.0.0.1. This is the IP for local host. Okay, now what I want, I'm going to use Conan, and after Conan I'm going to use the port number. Port number is 5000 for me. So if I access this, you will see my home function will be executed. This home function will be executed and it will return a message. So let me press enter here, and you can see welcome to the first API. Okay, got it. What you can do one more thing. You can write localhost 5000. Okay, it will do the same thing. You will see the 5000 here. Okay, got it. So I generally zoom this localhost, so that's why it is showing like that. Okay, because of the zoom. Let me close this one. So 127.0.0.1 and 5000 my port. Okay, so I already created a route here. Let me create another route in my file. So what I can do, I can use the same thing. I can use the route function, and I'm going to create a simple route for it. Let's call it profile. Okay, that's it. I'm going to create a profile function here. You do not need to name it same like home and profile. You can name it anything, because whenever somebody accesses this URL, it will execute the code inside it. or execute the function return inside. Let me return something. Let's return something in h1 tag. Okay. Welcome to the profile. Welcome user to the profile. Let me close this with h1 tag. So now what this h1 tag is, so this will be considered as a string by Python, but whenever this string is printed on my browser, so browser interpreter will be used. Okay, we call this HTML interpreter. Oh, sorry, HTML parser, not interpreter, parser. So what is a parser? Parser is a small program. It is not have the functionality, it doesn't have the functionality of an interpreter or a compiler. Just like interpreter catches the errors, something like that. HTML doesn't come with a software like that. HTML comes with a simple parser. Parser is a small program that will check, that will know that what h1 is, what p tag is, what colors we are using, and so on. That's why HTML is the simplest language in the world. Okay, simplest, because you will not get any error on that. It will just execute. Okay, I save this. This my you can see the output here. So I'm going to access the profile route. Okay, let me reload this. You can see that welcome to the first API. But if I want to access the profile route, when I press enter, you will see that it will execute profile function. Okay, got it? So you can create multiple APIs for that, and you can write any type of code inside it, just like you write any type of logic. I'm just printing here so that we understand that this is working, but you can write any type of code, use variables and whatever you do in Python. And if somebody accesses that, you can do that. So what we do while working on machine learning or any of the project, so we create different files for different code or models and everything, and we create this API like this. Execute our code, import everything here, execute our code, and return something here. We generally return the variable or the prediction variable, and the prediction variable will be printed here. Okay, so that's how we work on APIs. Okay, so we can integrate HTML code here. We can create different templates, HTML templates, and we can do that easily. Okay, so let's do that one thing here. So what I'm doing, I'm creating an HTML file, and I'm going to render all of that on certain URL or certain route. Okay, so the rule here in Flask is, if you want to store anything that is a template that is used as a template or printing something on the internet or rendering something on the internet, all you have to do is create a folder, call this templates, not template. There should be a S here. If you make a spelling mistake, it will give you an error. Okay, so you have to use templates. Now inside this template, I'm going to create a simple file, and let's call this file as index.html. Okay, this is my HTML file, and I'm not going to write everything inside it. So I'm just using a shortcut, that is doc. This is how a simple HTML file look like. Whatever you write, this head section is nothing but this particular part. Okay, this upper part, and the body section is this part, that where your actual code is written. So let's name that as my profile, let's say. And inside that, I'm going to use h1 tag, and inside that I'm going to write something. Let's call it welcome home. Okay, you can write anything inside it. So I'm using h2 tag for the same, and this is the landing page for my Flask app. Okay, that's it. That's my HTML code. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to just create a different @app.route. Okay, inside that I'm going to create a simple route. Let's call that route as index. You can name it anything, but I'm calling it index. Let's name the function whatever you want to name it. I'm going to name it indoor. Okay, so there is no similarity between this route or this function. Whenever this route is accessed, this function will be executed, written in below it. Okay, so indoor, and I'm going to return something. Now here, if you want to return something, so I don't want to return any message. I want to return the whole HTML page. Okay, for that, we are going to import render template. So rendering means your page should be displayed here. That's all rendering is. Okay, when I click on the Google Meet, it will render everything in front of me. Okay, so render template is a function. We are going to use this render template. Inside that, I'm going to name that file. So index.html is my file. That's it. So render template by default search for a folder named templates, and inside that it is going to access that file for me. Okay, so let's save this, and we already know about this profile page. Let's reload this. If I'm going to access index page, you will see welcome home is here, and this is the landing page for my Flask app is printed. So my index page is rendered. If you want to check, right click on it, and you can see view page source. When you click on this, you will see the whole code here. Okay, this is my HTML code. Okay, got it? So this is how you create a simple API. You can write your code and work on it. There are so many things along with this that cannot be covered here. So as we move forward and move with our other workshops, we will cover that up. Okay, so I think this is pretty much it. So our 3-day workshop is completed here. We covered all the topics. Now I want to share some points here. We are going to start our machine learning cohort from tomorrow. Okay, so most probably our first topic will be I think we will cover NumPy first. So NumPy will be the topmost priority here, so that we can understand what type of what we are going to do along with math. Okay, so that's why we are working on NumPy, and you already know about basics of Python, so that will be fine for you. Okay, so that is my first part, and after that we are going to work with I think in first session in tomorrow's session the NumPy will be covered, so it will not take much time. So that is the first thing. The second thing is I am working on a challenge. So I will challenge, this challenge is for 100 days. Okay, I will share the rules with you. So 100 days challenge, I will do the same thing along with you. Okay, so what I'm doing, you can copy that, or you can add certain things along with according to your own routine. Okay, or whatever position you are targeting for a company, or whatever projects you are working on. Okay, and how much knowledge you want. If you don't want the coding part, so you can focus on certain other things. What type of key points you want to know about an algorithm. So depending upon that. Okay, so there are certain things, 4 to 5 things you have to do every day. I will do every day, and I will share that. You don't need to share everything. If you want to share, you can share that on ML text. Okay, we will discuss everything about machine learning and this particular cohort on this ML text. Okay, the basic thing, if you want quick updates, you can check the WhatsApp group. You already know about the WhatsApp group. Okay, So you can check that out. And if you want to work or if you want to learn for it for free, you can do the same thing by checking this ML text. Okay, so it is something that if you want to learn it for free, every resources will be available here. You can take part for the challenge part along with us. So resources will be here other than live sessions. So you cannot attend the live session if you're not part of it, part of the cohort, but you can access the resources, other resources, everything here. Okay, so I will share the 100 days AI challenge. So that challenge is to grow in this field. Okay, so basically we are going to complete 4 to 5 challenges every day, 4 to 5 tasks every day, and you can share your progress, not here, it's for your own. Okay, so it's for not for us to, you don't need to share it to us to show that you are working on 100 days challenge, but it's for you to share your knowledge and everything in your own network. Okay, so you have to ultimately create your own brand. So that's the thing. Okay, so I will share the details in maybe tomorrow, and that's it for the workshop. If you want to join, you can join the ML cohort, and you will find all the details here. Links are already shared, and you can ping me on WhatsApp for that, and that's it. Okay, there will be other workshops every weekend. So there can be other speakers and other people in the field. I will share the details that I'm going somewhere offline. So basically on 10th, I'm attending Keras community as a speaker. So you can come that for generative AI and generative AI on Google Cloud. So you can come that if you are from Indore. And if not, I will share the details on LinkedIn if you're not in Indore. Okay. And after that, I will be in Bhopal for a certain talk in the public sector. And after that, there are certain talks available. I will give you an update. Okay. So if you want to meet offline, I will share that for the offline sessions. So that's it. That's it for today's session. Okay. So if you have any doubts, you can ask. Otherwise, we will meet tomorrow. Okay. So this is no, it's just a simple extension used in VS Code. So I just wrote doc. So if I press enter, it will give me a certain code pre-written. So I don't need to write everything. So that's it. Okay. And last thing, just a second, let me go back here. Flask. Okay, I'm giving answer for this, but before that, I'm skipping something. Okay, the last part about this environment activation, just write deactivate. So it will be deactivate. Okay, so whatever you write after it will not be part of this environment. Okay, so that's it. Now back to questions. So one thing is, why do we need an API? So because I want to give access to everyone. Okay, so if you want to give access to your work to other people in the world, so you need an API. You can fetch different resources. You can fetch different data and whatever you need from a server using an API. You can fetch different data from different websites, scrap data from a website using an API. So these are the API is the core point of a web application or whatever you are doing right now. if you are using internet, API is the core point of fetching data from one place to storing somewhere else. Okay, so Flask is not a package, it's a framework. Okay, framework is something that comes with a pre-written certain things. For example, you need network configurations, you need middlewares. So these are some things which is taken care by a framework generally. Okay, so if you are working on HTTP, so there are so many things you don't want to write the code for it. Okay, that's why we need frameworks. So they will set up it for us. Okay. Any settings for this class like Django? No, we don't need any settings for Flask. No, ORM architecture. No, no, no. We don't need that. Everything will be set up easily on Flask. And I will suggest that as we are working on the data part, I will suggest that only work with Flask. Okay, you can go for Django, but if you are working in the application sector as a web developer, then you can go for Django. That will be a plus. But if you are working your most of the time 80% or 90% or 99% of time will be on data, so it is not a good thing to understand the architecture and going towards the web development part. The best part will be use Flask for your API building. Okay, copy paste a code, it's just a doc. It will and press enter, it will generate the code. Okay, it is on the Discord server. So I already shared the group link in the group. So you can join the Discord server. There's a channel called ML Text, and I'm going to join ML Voice most of the time after our every session and whatever research we are doing. So you can interact with me if you miss the session or if you join late or anything. You can just join here. I will be available in ML Voice, so we can connect over this particular part. And if you have any doubts, you can ask here, and it will be interactive all the time. So whenever I'm on my laptop, I will be connected with the I will be online in the Discord server and this ML Voice. You can just ping me or just connect on the ML Voice. I will connect with you. Okay, if you have any doubts. So no big deal. Command not recognized, so you have to install pip. So you can check the installation on the internet, or just install pip first, then only it will recognize the command. No, in this part we don't need database connectivity. We generally work on MongoDB for storing data, so that is not part of our workshop, but later I will share details for it. Okay. D for data engineering. What should we start? We learn. So API building is the first point. So if you know API building, if you know how to fetch data from different sources, that will be a plus. You have to know about cloud. So cloud services, you have to understand cloud services and how to fetch data from different servers, integrate them, collaborate, or store it somewhere. So there are certain other terms used there like data warehouse and data collection, extraction, ETL methods, and so on. So you should focus on API first. So you will understand how to fetch data from different sources, a bit of SQL, and you need cloud services. Okay, knowledge of cloud services. So that will be a plus. Okay, and thank you so much everyone for joining. And this is pretty much it. So we completed our 3 days workshop. So if you have any doubts, you can ask, or we can meet. We will meet in the, if you join the cohort, we will meet in tomorrow. Okay. Is the discount code still working? Yes, discount code is working, so you can register for it. Okay, I will share in the group. I'm going to create a file here, dot get, inside that I'm going to write the name of my folder, that is VENV. Okay, that's it. This is my file. So I use the get ignore file, which is important, so that it will ignore the virtual environment for me. Or let me do one thing. Let me just delete this virtual environment. Modules and packages. I don't need anything. Delete this part. We don't need API part. Stats, we don't need this. Okay, so that's it. Let me click on this. Open git bash. Git add dot -m v3. We worked on virtual env. We worked on modules and packages, API. Okay, that's it. That is our session. Opening will be data engineering. For data engineering, there are lots of jobs available for data engineering, so you can go for that. Git link for the job, this job, please. Okay, I will share in the group. Okay. Code is uploaded. Recorded session will be shared maybe tomorrow.